Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing? How are we doing? Just a second. I'm getting everything set up. My monitor sounds muffled, which is a little weird. Is it better if I do? Better for me? I don't care about, like, you guys are fine. But is it better for me? No, it's the same. Okay, cool. Doesn't matter. Hey, what's up, guys? How are we doing? Sorry to be a couple minutes late. I was watching with Lady Rackets. I was watching Spartacus House of Asher. I'm, of course, a big fan of the Spartacus show because it has everything that an action show should have, which is copious amounts of violence, nudity, nonsensically crass language, questionable historical accuracy, and, you know, a plot line that doesn't really matter. Because who cares? Who cares what's happening? Why did they change YouTube Studio? Why would they do this? Why you do this? They moved all the YouTube Studio like information stuff down into the main thing, which is on stream settings now. So when you go to viewer activity to see the super chats and stuff, it takes away the stream settings. It takes away the stream settings. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I'm a little discombobulated, little out of it, but that's okay. We're gonna get into it tonight. We have some stuff going. We got Piers Morgan interviewing Catboy aficionado Nick Fuentes, who's making some sort of bid to legitimize himself in America First as a almost like a successor political movement to Turning Point USA, which is falling out of favor with the death of Charlie Kirk. So that's a little bit, you know, that's odd, I guess. It like doesn't logically follow that you would go from Charlie Kirk to Nick Fuentes. But I mean, my theory is pretty simple. The mainstream media wants someone to pick on. They want someone they believe they can beat up. You can barely hear me. Hold on. Miss Peachy says, this will be the 4th time I've heard someone's comments on this interview. Well, good. This will be the best time. This will be the best time. I'm really low, you're saying, huh? How irritating. Oh, let me try something here. Because my settings got a little bit messed up from the Lego stream. I do see it being really quiet. Let's try. It worked perfect. It worked like a charm. I seem to be getting significant video lag too. Oh boy, here we go. We'll just manually boost it up. We'll just manually boost it. So, okay, we've got Fuentes versus Piers Morgan, which are two of the less sufferable people on the planet. Piers Morgan missed some real opportunities. Look, I know, you know, Nick Fuentes is some people's speed, not some people's speed. He's not particularly my cup of tea. You know, he's an authoritarian. He's kind of a dork, and that's fine. That's fine. It's just not, he's not my thing, but I don't care. if you're going to offer legitimacy to someone like Nick Fuentes, you have a couple options. You can give him a really difficult interview because you make it, I say difficult, like a hardball interview like Piers Morgan did, right? Where you make it an insult fest, you look for gotchas, and you get nothing of value out of it. It's completely useless. Or you can softball the interview, as many people have accused Tucker Carlson of doing. More of a discussion, less adversarial, lots of advantages to doing so, to get information, but you run the risk of propagandizing the person you're interviewing. And with someone who's polarizing like Nick Fuentes, that carries a lot of risk. By the way, big thank you to Jim Tells You, rating on both YouTube and Rumble. Thank you very much, Jim Tells You, for doing that. Much appreciate having some more viewers join the stream. Always a blast. And then you have the third route, which is what should have happened. The third route is you give a hardball interview that's difficult because the things you attack about Nick Fuentes are not, oh, he's a Catholic who's a virgin. So that's not a big deal. What you do is you ask how his lack of virginity, or his lack of experience with women in general, and his perception about women, their ickiness, which is true. You guys are fucking gross, but we still like you. It's fine, okay? Just give it up. His perceptions about women, his lack of experience with women. How is he to actually have informed policy perspectives on something like male and female relations, female equality? Like, don't word it that way, but the dynamics of the American family, the effects of family values and shifting morality on the current public. And that's not to say he doesn't have them, right? Like, he clearly has well-refined views on them, even if you or I or anybody else may or may not agree. It doesn't really matter if you agree. Someone can have refined views because they've thought a lot about it, they've practiced it, they've debated it, all of those things. And Nick clearly has those, right? So you can, though, get information out of him about how he's going to overcome what is a perceived deficiency. And maybe it's only perceived. Maybe he's not deficient at all. And maybe he is. We don't really know, because Piers Morgan's like, well, you haven't had sex yet, have you? You haven't had sex yet, have you? You're just a little virgin, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? What a weirdo. And I mean, Piers Morgan, how do you, this stupid collar is pissing me off. How do you make Nick Fuentes look less weird than you? Well, I guess you'd be Piers Morgan, right? And Piers Morgan goes in, he goes into the ring as a boxer and he walks out as a punching bag more often than not. His tactics don't work because he's like a 65-year-old man-child troll. And he's going up against someone who's much better at trolling than him, which is Fuentes. I mean, Fuentes is from the troll community. The fact that he's legitimizing now doesn't change his origins. This collar is pissing me off. Anyway, so he had the opportunity to do it. He didn't do it. Instead, we get drivel. I have not watched the whole interview. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole interview. We might start it and go through some of it. We might watch it a little bit faster to make it kind of funny. I know a lot of you guys have already watched the whole thing, probably multiple times. You've heard a lot of takes on it. My friend Nina was doing a stream on it earlier today, and I would have loved to join her, but I was just busy. Wednesdays are really busy. So I wasn't able to, but I don't want to sit here and put you guys through that interview, except to the extent that it's funny and maybe informative. The next thing we've got is a huge Supreme Court case that's brewing, and it is Trump. I think it's called the Slaughter case. And basically, Trump is trying to fire someone in the executive branch. but part of the administrative state. And that means that Trump is trying to implement his own policy through the administrative state. The administrative state is the unelected fourth branch of government that exists within the executive branch. And it has unbridled power because it's hard to swap out these fucking monsters. Trump is gone to the Supreme Court and said, I really should be able to fire these guys. I fire a lot of people, kind of known for it. And they do not love America. They only love money and power. We all do. Of course we do. It's wonderful, wonderful things, money and power. I'm a big fan, but I'm not a fan of these guys. They're not good. They are the swamp, smell like the swamp, look like the swamp, even kind of green. He's fighting for his opportunity to fire these guys without really much effort, just on the whim of the executive. And of course, that's what should be under the system that we have. Is it the right thing overall? Some would say no. I'll say yes. I'll say yes. The American public does not implement a new president with the expectation that the new president is going to be dick cuffed by the prior president's picks and appointments and employments. That doesn't make any sense. Why do we need to adhere to some guy who is hired 4, 8, 12, 15, 32, 75 years ago? It doesn't make sense. Oh, they're experts. Ketanji Brown Jackson, being the most retarded SCOTUS judge that exists, is sitting here like praising the expertise and education and all of this stuff of these people. Great, that's fine. I'm sure they're wonderful experts and they know what they're doing. They're also partisan appointments and they're hacks. Why on earth should we be bound to a prior administration's wishes when we, as the American people, manifest our political will in a new giant political penis? That's dumb. That's dumb. Out with the old wiener, in with the new wiener. That's what Riley Reid would say anyway. Speaking of out with the old and in with the new, Angel the Aussie has gifted 10 memberships already on this stream. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate gifted memberships. They're like a super chat in a way, but you don't have to say anything and you give value to someone for a month. It is Christmas time. It is a season of giving, and in the spirit of giving, gifted memberships are a really nice way to support me in this show, right? Like, but also to give something of value to someone rather than a few words. I love all the words that you guys have, of course, and you're welcome to send in super chats. But more importantly, you could send in a super tip. It's a pinned chat in both YouTube and on Rumble. supertip.gg/RL. We have AI generated voices. Except for the incel lawyer voice, that's not AI generated. Actually, those requests go directly to Kurt Mueller, Uncivil Law, and he gets them live no matter what he's doing, which is always nothing. And he wakes up and he reads them. And that's his real voice. It's not AI generated. It's 100% him. And he also thinks this is the greatest show that's ever been made. And he watches it all the time. He said so. Angel the Aussie sends a super chat to follow up that says, have a good one, everyone. Thank you, Angel the Aussie. And thank you for your generosity, gifting out those 10 subscriptions. And if you guys get one of those gifted subscriptions, please send Angel the Aussie a little thank you. Just say, hey, thanks. That was nice of you. What you get with membership here on the channel, either on YouTube or on Locals, either way, you can join however you want to do it. What you get is I do once a week on the weekends, at least, I do a members only show. The members only show is on subjects that are a little bit more laid back and whimsical. Lots of cooking with Kurt. We've got some other stuff coming because Kurt has not, he's not done enough cooking for us, and we've been through most of them. You also get access to the back catalog of members only streams and videos that are out there. So we have some new stuff coming up soon, but we've also been, I've been doing more than one member show a week, but that's the that's kind of the main like drive is we're gonna have one of those a week. It's typically going to be on Saturday or Sunday, and then hopefully more other stuff. And then I want to, as we go forward, we'll be adding some stuff to that as well. And, we'll have some more things associated with membership. But there's a very, very critical thing holding me back. And that is before I start promising a whole bunch of other stuff, there's a promise that I am long, long overdue on. And that is the 5,000 locals gift. And I think it's very critical of me to get that going. I bought the machine to help me make the 5,000 locals gift. I bought that a while back. We've now got a place set up for it. I just need to assemble it, and then I need to start buying the inventory materials because my original goal was to have someone else handle the manufacture and the shipping and stuff like that. That's not as practical now based on when I was trying to do it. And not an excuse, but I got a couple vendors at the time when I was trying to get it done. And I got to the point of saying, all right, how much does this cost? How do we do this? Let's get going on it. This is what I want. And then ghosted. So, and then my fault, like that's their fault. That's on them. Scumbags, all of them. Just kidding. They actually seem like very nice people, but for whatever reason, didn't get back to me. And then my fault. I dropped the ball in pursuing it further after that for any number of reasons, and I let it go way too long. So that will be remedied. The locals gift is coming. I still have the email list of everybody who is one of the first. It's like 5,100 locals members, and we will, or well, who are the 5,100 members at the time that we hit 5,000. It went over it. For the email snapshot. I will be sending out, once we get everything proofed up and done, and we'll be sending out the email for the redemption code and process, which will be a mess, but we're going to do it. And like I said, I don't really want to promise a bunch of other stuff if I have this lingering obligation that I dropped the ball on. And then, some other stuff happened too, which was also my fault and the government's. All right. But that's coming up. Speaking of coming up, Brian Oldenkamp, thank you for your gifted memberships. He gifted 10 memberships. If you got one, again, send a little thank you to Brian. Very awesome. Very couth of you, not uncouth. Locals is online again as well. We have a dedicated 24-hour locals chat. If you want to join over there, you can. I ran a $10 off promo for Cyber Week. Some of you may have missed it. This was just leading up to the Beef Wellington Cook, which we did last Saturday, I believe, or this past Saturday. It was a lot of fun. It was a blast. We had a ton of people watching. We had a huge membership push right there, and a lot of people got to come in and watch Kurt. I mean, just absolutely slay a Beef Wellington in the best ways, along with some other stuff that happened. It was a good time. We had $10 off. If you missed that deal, and you do want to join up on locals, I'll still just reach out to me. It's not meant to be this one-time thing. I mean, it was in the spirit of Black Friday, but it is Black Friday. So if it's a little late, that's okay. But if you want to engage in that, if you want an annual subscription to locals at $10 off, which makes it $40, just reach out to me somewhere, email me or whatever. Say, hey, I was looking to get that. I can make you a custom promo code. We'll get it done. All right, not a big deal. It's not. We're not here. I'm not doing this to force people into it. It was all for fun. I love extending everything, but I love extending those discounts to people. I'm happy to do so. It is not it's about money, but it's not about the money like that. I'm much happier to just have people in locals having a good time, building up a community again. because it's fun. It's fun. Now, someone in the chat said the Asmongold sexbot question. I stumbled across this on Instagram. Asmongold has been spending days thinking about various issues with sex bots, like AI powered sex bots, and what'll happen when they come out. And he had some legal questions. So we're just going to go ahead and watch that at some point during the show today, and I'll answer the questions because I think it's a good question. Honestly, like there's some really interesting stuff, and I don't think the law is adequately ready for it yet. So we'll take a look at that. But I don't know why Asmongold is seemingly very, very into this question. Very, very questionable. And
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
So we've got that. And then I've been working on something, and I've been using AI, trying to teach myself some different uses of AI on the back end. This is not to create like AI content for you. I mean, already, like we have that, like the AI songs and stuff, and I have plans for more of those. But on the back end, some AI stuff to help me facilitate the show flow and research. Like when I'm out running around, I want to have something that's that's harvesting information and bringing it to me so I can look at it and bring it to you. Okay. And this is the way of the future is kind of automating these sort of things rather than having assistants. You have an AI assistant that kind of does and aggregates these things. Well, so in learning how to use this and playing around with it a little bit, I thought it'd be funny to find the intersection of obesity and law, like in news stories and social media stuff and in prominent public figures. With that, of course, I had to ask Grok who the most observably obese lawyer is on social media who's covering legal issues and talking. Now, there's some fatzos out there who are lawyers. They may not necessarily talk legal issues, right? Like that Devin guy, legal, fat as shit. But I asked it, I'm like, who's the most observably obese lawyer on social media who comments? The answer, this is the cliffhanger, will shock you. Like, you are not ready for this. You have no idea how fucking fat this loser is. And I'll show you. I also asked it to estimate the BMI, based on observable data. All right. And I'm not going to tell you who it is right now, but I will tease you with the BMI estimate of Grok. And we know, like, Elon Musk has been out there touting how Grok is the most reliable AI and he gets everything right. So this is trustworthy BMI. The BMI is 53. This mofo is massive. So we'll be doing that at some point here. Okay, we have a couple super tips that we'll play, and then we'll get into this.
I have work in the morning, so I'll be listening to this tomorrow on replay. I predict at least 5 micropene jokes and a minimum of 1 joke calling Fuentes gay.
That little twink is more limp-wristed than the dead children handcuffed to Kurt's basement radiator.
Damn. Oh my gosh. Look, you can't make jokes about Nick Fuentes being gay because, like, you can't.
Hey, chat. Listen, please. For the love of God.
Stop
telling my wife I'm stealing her glasses. Y'all just can't handle this swagger.
100%
micropene.
100% truth. I need you to stop telling her right away. She gets scary.
As of this morning, my first book is available on Amazon. Servants of the False Gods is a horror anthology.
Hey.
It's more unsettling than Date Night with Kurt and more satisfying than a micropene.
I don't know. The micropene's It's not a tall order, but it is an order. It is an order. Guys, if you're into horror writing, check out False Gods. That was from the Redneck Hipster. I'm not Servants of the False Gods. Servants of the False Gods. I am not familiar with the work. I'm not endorsing it, but I am, they sent in a super tip. Like, I'm bound and obligated to love it because of that. There was someone in the chat that I saw on YouTube. They didn't send a super chat or super tip, and that's fine. That's not a problem. But they asked for a toast to their dad. And if they could just go ahead and send that, just go ahead and hit it in the chat again, because I don't know where it scrolled past. And so I don't have that, but I would love to do a toast to your dad. You don't have to send any money or anything. I just, I meant to grab it earlier, but we're very busy, Let's see. Anonymous says, it was the sweltering summer of 2002. The summer I got stretched and Opie and Anthony got fired. Kurt told me it was stretching time, but he wasn't a gym teacher. I asked him what his profession was. He said, spelunking, and you are my deep, deep cavern. Disgusting and horrible. Vincello Shove says test message. Test passed or failed. I don't know. Okay. What I was saying though about Nick Fuentes is he may actually be gay. I don't think he's actually gay. I really don't. I think it's funny, but it's funny to call most people gay. Like, I don't know why. It just is. Cause I'm old enough that it's funny. But, so it's mildly funny to call Fuentes gay, but I think going after him on his virginity or lack of sexual activity or seeming lack of interest in women is silly. And I've seen a lot of people say some really stupid stuff, like women won't touch Nick Fuentes. And like, okay, he's got a big enough audience. There are definitely women who would be into Nick Fuentes. I guarantee you there are women who would be into Nick Fuentes. That's a silly thing. If I'm sure if Nick wanted to have like a longtime goth girlfriend or whatever, like he could manage it, no problem. I don't know that he's super interested in it. He seems to have he's got other interests and ambitions. That's not something to shame someone over. Unless they kick open the door, right? Like if they're calling other people like an incel or whatever, be like, yeah, well, I mean, you're a fucking weirdo. You could do something like that, but it was such a womanly thing. And I don't mean general women. I mean like a woman thing, like those annoying ones to go after his like sexuality and sexual experience. It's like, wait, he's Catholic. So it's like, you haven't had sex. Like, I know. He's not married. I just think that was a huge, huge waste and distracts from it. Plus, like, if you take the Apostle Paul seriously, nobody should get married. Paul's like, fuck these hoes. Get them away. Be gone. Get thee behind me, Satan and Satine. Get away from me. All right. Okay. Should we jump into Piers Morgan? So here's how I think we're going to do this. We'll start the Piers interview with Fuentes. We'll see how it goes. We'll take a break from it and do some other stuff, and we'll go back to it. I think that's the way to do this. If you guys want to do something different, you're welcome. Welcome to get in my way. But otherwise, I think that's the method we're going to take. Nina, what a virgin. Yeah. Now, like, I may think that America's push for quote unquote prudity or whatever, like, I think there's some stuff going on there that is less than genuine. I think there's a lot of grifting involved in it. I think it resonates with frustrated young men. Frustrated young men have time and energy and money and motivation. And, you know, they're on the cusp of current culture as well, which I think that's a big thing that's missing. I mean, this is what's missing from Piers Morgan is he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what about Nick Fuentes that he was getting wrong. He has no fucking clue. He's like, no, I handled him. You didn't handle him at all. So it's like, there's a whole bunch of that, but for whatever it is, the meta right now is being a virgin who lifts. Like that's what you got to do. Like that's the only person who's actually qualified to talk on American politics right now is a virgin who's a gym rat. Like, period. I don't know how else to say it. Anybody who's like, you know what? I could get between those cheeks. Nope. You're out. Go away. Men are here with bars and plates and stuff. Now, Fuentes doesn't seem to lift. This is not a criticism. Like, look at me, little girly wrists. I'm not lifting shit. I'm barely lifting a remote. But he does not seem to be a lift. And so like that, he is lacking that. But he is hyper powered on the virgin thing. And so that, I think that overcomes his lack of lifting. Okay, here we go. Nothing will ever beat when Alex Jones went on the Piers show. Dude, Piers interviewed Scalia one time, and someday we need to revisit that interview because Scalia just fucking destroys him in the most polite ways over and over and over. Let's see. Here we go. God, Piers looks like just such a tool. Wait, where's my background? God, what an annoying thing. StreamYard always takes away, my background. There we go. Oh wait, no, we have the Hackmania background. Oh, and this is the final like ad thing. It's just stuff I need to talk about, and I know many of you will have heard a lot of this stuff about super tips and this event. You'll have heard all of this before, and that's okay. Because trust me, like the hardest thing to do is to ensure that your entire audience hears the message. It's really difficult. It's exceptionally difficult right now. But I will be in Las Vegas, probation willing, April 10th through 12th. April 10th through 12th. I'll be in Las Vegas for Hackmania 3. You can get tickets at Hackmania.com. And if you use promo code capital R, capital L, get 10% off your tickets. If you want to meet me, if you want to see me in person, hang out, talk, and I'll be sober the whole time. You can be as drunk as you want or whatever. I'll be sober the whole time. But if you want to see me and hang out and have some interaction and also take in some fun shows with some fun people, just having a good time, come to Hackmania 3 in Las Vegas. April 10th through 12th. All right. I'll be there. And here, let me, no, that's not what I want. I need to bring this thing. We need to go ahead and here, just take a look at this for a second. Hackmania.com, promo code. That's April 10th through 12th. Be there. Oh no, we've got an anonymous super tip.
Fatist lawyer, Chunkita.
Fatist? Megan Fox can't even pronounce words. Very embarrassing. And how dare you? Chunkita. Is that bullshit? I don't think YouTube is freezing. I think I've got some video lag. I've got like a memory leak issue somewhere, and I can't resolve it during this stream. I can minimize it for the next stream, but it's been a persistent issue. It's really fucking annoying. The sound disappeared when I showed the promo image. I know. I mean, I could probably find a way to pull it up. I just wait a minute. Mm, 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 mm. There's a way to do this. There's a way to remove. Oh, here we go. So if I go like this, get out of here. Oh, there we go. All right. So here it is. Hackamania, Hack to the Future, April 10th through 12th, 2026, Las Vegas, Nevada. Save 10% with promo code RL. You can go to hackamania.com. All right. So that's that. That's that. Back to me being here. And we've got Piers. We've got Piers. What happened to Anime Matsuri? Well, last year I got arrested because I had a bunch of stuff that the government was like, no, you cannot do this. And those communists put me in jail and then charged me with a crime, which I mean, I did it. Like, I know. This year, Anime Matsuri is usually in July to early August because they want to do that in Houston, late July, early August. It's brutal. But I was not in a place to go. I didn't even reach out to them. I am reaching out to them in the hopes that I'll be able to go next year, but that's later in the year. I've not discussed that with them. And I mean, they may not want to have me. I have no idea. You know, I don't talk a ton about anime. It's been a while, but I do love to go to Anime Matsuri. I think they're a great convention, and I think they exemplify the principles of, you know, kind of letting the audience speak for themselves and really giving access to people that fans want to see. So anyway, all right, here we go. Rita Castillo, hola, how are you? Welcome also to the Camelot raid. What is up? Hey, what's up, Cam? Camelot is disappearing before our eyes. Little skinny bitch. I outweigh him now, which is embarrassing for him. But all right, here we go. Let's start this up.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson.
Okay, wait. Sorry, we already got a pause here. So you've got what was that? NPR, Daily Wire, Tucker Carlson, and what was the first one? I missed the first one. Oh, the echoing. I'll fix that. My bad. Let's start it over. This is just a list of the worst caliber.
For several minutes. You're a New York Times reader, an NPR
New York
fan,
Times
a Daily
reader?
Wire
Do those
subscriber,
exist?
or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young...
Yeah, I forgot to turn off the echo. That was my bad. Someone asked, why do I have a larger forehead? Listen, you motherfucker. I went and got a haircut today. And while I love the my haircut person, she cut my hair a little shorter. We were just gabbing like two bitches, and she didn't ask how short I wanted my hair, which was not short. I did not want it short. And she just started cutting. And then I was like, well, that's going to take a while to fix. So there you go. So that's what happened. Lovely. Because he is balding. Yeah, so I want the longer hair to cover that up, obviously.
Honestly, Nick, anime fans and furries in a Houston summer, nope. That's a level of smell that I can't even imagine.
You know what? The George R. Brown Convention Center is huge and very, very well ventilated and air conditioned. It's one of the few anime conventions, despite the size, where you will not run into the smell problem unless you're very close to it. Kind of like when a certain breakfast casserole slinging lawyer actually showed up Smell was unpleasant.
Men are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime
through your
has been
show
spent on
schedule.
debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
No. God, this is going to piss me off. Nick Fuentes is not an example of the Streisand effect unless you're talking about everybody who wouldn't want Nick Fuentes to become popular, like Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is engaging in the Streisand effect. Nick Fuentes is not doing the Streisand thing. The Streisand effect is an unintended consequence. Nick Fuentes very much intends for what's going on to happen. He wants to round out his, expand his profile, expand his base, grow his political influence. He's very young. He's got a long time to do it. And he wants to legitimize himself and move away from sort of the carefree, like childish asshole. I say that in the most loving way. Aspects of his past, which is fine. Like Brett Kavanaugh. I like beer and fart jokes. Like, who doesn't? Who doesn't? We all have to do this stupid thing with politics, though, where we fucking pretend that it's not funny to fart while drinking beer. Of course it is. But Fuentes is having to do that, a little bit of reclamation of his past to let the world know that he is a serious political person. If you don't want him to be that, fucking stop interviewing him. But they won't. They won't do it. They'll say he has no influence, he has no value, he has nothing, and yet interview him over and over and over for millions and millions of views.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the
No, Ben Shapiro. Actually, the fragmentation of the right is being led by people like Ben Shapiro, who can't make up their fucking mind because they really, really value the contracts they've been able to write themselves through the Daily Wire, which was to the tune of 50s to hundreds of millions of dollars, with only more to come. And the entire time, simultaneously subverting and dick-sucking the Republican Party so hard that no one can figure out, if he's gay or not. Ben Shapiro has had the capacity over the past, decade to do far more damage than Nick Fuentes. And he's done it. I mean, he has absolutely done it. And fractured the Republican Party on simplistic things like how much, really, should we be involving ourselves in foreign conflict? How much foreign aid should we be giving? All on sacrificing it on the altar of his love of Israel. And I don't hate Israel, whatever, but I do think there are legitimate questions about how much money we're spending there, how much manpower we're spending there, and if we're going to be going to war on their behalf at some point in the future. And we have the tools in place for us to actually engage in armed conflict at the behest of our quote unquote strongest ally in the Middle East or strongest ally in the world or whatever it is. The legal framework's already there. But is it wise? Is it wise to do it? I know some of you die hard for or against Israel. That's fine. You're all welcome here. I'm relatively indifferent on the subject in and of itself. But I do think there's questions about it, and we should be entering the policy smartly, not because of slavish devotion to this slab of land and these people. And look, I love my Jewish masters. I love them. I wish they would cut me more checks straight from the Jew Foundation, but my sponsor, my sponsor's gone.
War. Can you get the beef price?
My sponsor being Montegraph was my official Jew Connect sponsor. I said he was an ADA retard. He's not. He was my Jew Connect sponsor.
Is down, not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show, and you could ask him questions about that.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has also like gone off on Trump. Apparently, I guess I'm gonna look at that. I don't know. Marjorie Taylor Greene always was weird to me. One, because she had the face of a deflated pumpkin. Very, very, melting ice cream scoop qualities going on there. But two, I always found her to be mildly retarded. I don't know. I think she aligned with people for a while because she aligned with the MAGA policies or whatever, which the benefit of MAGA is that it's even someone like MTG can go ahead and follow it just fine. Like it's a simplistic, very straightforward approach, right? Like return the things to America that you believe made America great. And there seems to be some common understanding of what that is. It's simple to approach, much harder to employ, but very good to rally support. It's branded well. Trump is a master at this sort of thing. MTG latched onto it. Then MTG broke ranks not too long ago and will be resigning shortly after her, her government pension vests. And she made $20 million on investments of, with legal, but maybe questionable ethics. I've got nothing against or for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't really care. Except she does look a bit horrid. Random unbreaded commenter says Fuentes can't be a virgin. Ask his priest.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes.
Yeah,
People
no
who
one's
say
been talking
you
to
shouldn't
him.
give him a platform.
Not Tucker
overlook the very
Carlson,
obvious
not
fact that
Steven
he already
Crowder,
has
not
a
anybody who
platform
can
of
get their
his
hands
own,
on him.
which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes...
But he is censored, right? On my platform. You're not uncensored, Piers. You're not uncensored. You're not Piers said, like he had to censor out someone using, I think Fuentes using the N-word or whatever. He's like, YouTube doesn't allow it on the platform. They do. They absolutely do. I've said it a ton of times. Right? I mean, they may demonetize you, but they allow it now more than they have in years. It's crazy. But he's censored. His uncensored show is censored. And they had a list of things that they gave Fuentes that said, hey, like you can't, some of this stuff you can't say. We're not going to censor your viewpoint, but like you have to moderate some of your language or approach.
Joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk.
I mean, do you think Piers actually thinks of Nick Fuentes as a person? Like, do you think that's a real thing? I don't. I think he looks at him with utter disdain and contempt and fully dehumanizes him constantly in his own mind. Probably while having some sort of never mind.
As we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about.
And this is the thing, spoiler alert, Piers will not actually get to what Nick Fuentes believes versus what he says he believes. And Fuentes cheekily grins through all of this when confronted. And this is what Piers doesn't get. And what a lot of people, frankly, what what quote unquote boomers don't get about Fuentes, about the way discussion works, about stuff. We're going to talk about it.
The state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman...
No, this is Piers' first mistake, saying there's two personas. There's not two personas here. There's not two personas here. There's someone who is aware of the propriety of their communication in the environment that they're in. And frankly, Fuentes knows that in certain environments, he has to act a little bit different than he does in others. We all do this. If you're around a bunch of toddlers, your language is different than if you're around your, your construction coworkers at the bar. If you're in church versus in Walmart. Like if you're in church, you're yelling racial slurs, hopefully. And if you're in Walmart, you don't do that because you don't want to get shot.
Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is
Who's this guy? Who's this weirdo? I don't know who this guy is. He's got the Matthew Harris, the Daryl Brooks beard cut. Like, is Daryl Brooks doing a pen pal thing?
Consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point...
Coleman Hughes? Who the fuck is that? Who is Coleman Hughes? Coleman Hughes. Conversations with Coleman is home to honest conversations with leading intellectuals on polarizing issues. Oh, dear Christ. Said 29-year-old guy who's educated at Juilliard, Newark Academy, and Columbia. Notable work, The End of Race Politics, Arguments for a Colorblind America. Well, that could be interesting. Let's see. He was a fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Policy Research. Oh, this is a poli-sci major? Fucking hell. This guy has smaller shoulders than me, and he's black. Oh, you had all the genetic advantage, and you just flushed it down the toilet. Flushed it down the toilet with all of your kids.
He plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel.
So I'm going to immediately do it. I'm trying not to, but this is one of my biggest pet peeves. And this is so prevalent in politics right now because it's like, oh, where's the money coming from? Like, I get it. There's money involved in all this, but there's money involved in all of this. And if you engage in this sort of thing that Fuentes is doing, like, oh, well, this guy works for this person, involves this person, this network, etc. That's a genetic fallacy. Genetic fallacy is just simply like the genesis of something, where it comes from, doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the veracity or validity of the claim, right? So to try and invalidate someone or some argument with well, consider the source. It's like, well, you have to tell me what the source says about the argument rather than just consider the source. Because just because this guy works for someone with a moneyed interest doesn't mean that he doesn't have, valid opinions or arguments about something. And Fuentes needs to be careful because people are wondering where his money and followers are coming from because there just aren't that many 23-year-old, virgins. Because like eventually they see a short skirt and they're like, oh yeah, that guy's hot. And they go after him and they clap those cheeks, hairy as they may be. But like, that is an issue that Fuentes is having. And we saw this attack immediately after the Piers interview. If we won't go into, like, I'm not going to go find all of it, but you can see it all over Twitter, bandied about that Nick Fuentes, is astroturfed, bot views, Middle East money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know or give a shit about it, right? Money in politics is the oldest thing in the world. I don't think, like, we'd have to do a sphincter check to see if there's been a fist up there manipulating him. I don't know. Like, Fuentes' views don't seem to jive with some moneyed interests, which makes him an interesting candidate for possibly being some sort of plant. And everybody is, to some extent, a plant, I guess, these days. But I don't think it's a proper invalidation of Fuentes, because whether he's a plant or not, like, his message does resonate with a good chunk of at least some sector of America. And that being said, if he's doing that with Coleman Hughes, then he's opening himself up for it. I don't like that. Oh, well, you can't trust him because of his network. So you can't trust Coleman Hughes because he's a fucking idiot or whatever. I don't know. Maybe he's not, but he looked like one.
Partisan. Free Press is bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son, David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from
fruits are
a vacuum
plants,
or from
chat.
some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had
I do. I remember D Live and I remember Stream Me. Those were the days, baby. You could just go ahead and say whatever you wanted for like a week, a week at a time. And then they're like, actually, China doesn't like this. And that's where all of our crypto processing is going. And so maybe if you could just not say, like if you could just not do that. And we're all like, but we were having so much fun. Just let us be. Let us be. Squiggly rainbow things in the chat or whatever. But no, it's not two personas. It's not two personas. It's a person who's maturing. And again, your presentation is just different based on your audience. And he's right. Like he had this smaller audience that was very niche. And what he's not saying, maybe he will, is that the language of memery is prevalent in the Fuentes core support base. Core support base are young. They're very much in tune with meme culture in the modern era. And they're not stuck on 1990s memetics like fucking Piers Morgan, right? They're in present day. They're saying buns and bus. They're like 6'7", None of them are 6'7". They're saying 6'7", unironically. Like they got it. Like they're in tune with current culture of the youth. And the youth, the boomers always scoff at the youth, but you need them to pay your social security checks, don't you? Like you need them to work. So you can't scoff at them too much because they're the ones who are going to keep your healthcare going. They're the ones who are going to keep putting food on your table when you stopped working 20 and 30 years prior to when you die. Like they're the ones who are going to fund that. So you better fucking shut your mouth. I for one love the youth. And if they want to pay my social security as much as possible, Jesus.
Small following, and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor.
There it is.
Memes and things like that.
Nailed it.
And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down...
Mostly doggy style, though. Mostly doggy style.
Nick, I owned those same pair of limited 2 sunglasses when I was 10 years old. Major Micro OP Menagerie.
But as established, I don't own these. I just keep stealing them from my wife, okay? They're from my wife.
This is the toast you missed.
Oh, this is the toast you missed. Fuck. I don't see the toast in the chat. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. No, not there. In this window. You need to be in this window. Toast. Nope, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. I'm toast.
In an interview like this one, and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Yes.
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't.
That's not what political power is. Political power is not necessarily running for office. Rush Limbaugh, for example, held massive political power without ever holding office. Glenn Beck holds political power over men who want to cry a lot, right? Fuentes already holds political power. And does he want more? Of course he does, because more political power is more money, like even if that's your motivator. But Nick Fuentes clearly wants to influence policy of the United States. And to some extent, we all do at least a little bit. Like even if it's just getting jam and jelly to be more distinctly named.
Say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say.
Which is why his voice is so irritating. Like I don't know what else to say. It annoys the shit out of me. Like I don't like listening to him talk. I find it unpleasant. And I do think that one of the things that Fuentes will have to do eventually, either for his show as his audience, grows and matures. It's, again, not an insult. That's a reality. As audience grows and matures, and as he attracts a more seasoned audience, of people across the world, I think he is going to have to tone down that Chicago accent. And this sucks. Like dialect discrimination is a real thing. But everybody who seeks political power to some extent does moderate those things, and they work on them. And with him, I think it'll be stopping his excitability. It'll be bringing his voice back down to where it naturally is, rather than his excitable voice, which is pushed forward and higher pitched necessarily and gets into those Chicago drawn out vowels, right? Like I think that'll happen as time goes on. But for now, it's fucking irritating.
Scarlett is in danger.
Again? Mersh, no! What's going on with Scarlett? Everybody needs to protect her.
The Auburn Rambler 3277. Rai Ketalal. Can I please get a toast to my dad who has been diagnosed with the early onset of dementia? He did 25 years combined between end active duty, USAF, and Emmenang and Duluth.
Yes, Ben Ramler. Thank you, by the way, to Richard Head. Really appreciate you sending that in. I wasn't able to easily find it while streaming. So Ben Ramler, a toast to your father who gave 25 years of his life to the people he loves, the people he knows, and the people he will never meet. He engaged in service to his fellow person. He let the government answer questions for him that he would have answered differently because it was the right thing for him to do, because it was the promise he made to serve those around him. May those promises, that sacrifice, that service never be forgotten, even as he may forget the details and the finer points of his life. May his memory carry on in those he loves when it can't carry on in his own heart and mind. But know that his soul will be cleansed of all blockages and the fog will be lifted when we all reunite in the end. A big toast to Ben Ramler's dad. May his trials be simple in the wake of a major diagnosis. May technology, expertise, and experience help mitigate or even eliminate the effects of the diagnosis. And may we all prevail over the scariest diagnosis we could have, the one where we forget who we are. But Ben, it's up to you not to let him. Cheers to him, cheers to you. All right.
My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And
Gross.
they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by
No one likes Italians.
Single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years.
And you didn't purge the Protestants from your streets? Kind of cowards were you? Just Poopin says Piers should ask about the assassination attempt on Nick's life at his home where the cops had to kill the suspect. That's much more important. I mean, I don't know that it's much more important than, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're going for. But it's important to a grander conversation about how the mainstream media, I almost said military, how the mainstream media and their rhetoric towards their perceived enemies and how they become the thought Gestapo and their foot soldiers. Their foot soldiers are the mindless masses out there who slavishly lap up whatever they deliver based on this false premise of honor and integrity amongst the media. The like 5 media companies who run the entire fucking global network of information, this idea that there's these sacrosanct, upstanding, moral paragons is crazy. It's crazy. They've been some of the most immoral, corrupt monsters on the entire planet. And we're supposed to be like, no, they're the only credible ones who can talk to us, though. Like this little weirdo from Chicago, he can't say anything. Like, of course he can. Of course he can. Nick Fuentes has done way less horrible things in his life than most media executives, I would wager. Like, there's that one guy who went to the Radiohead concert. That wasn't even... Wait, was it Radiohead? It wasn't Radiohead. It was Coldplay. It was worse. Ew. Bento Gel says Nick got planted by a Colombian cartel. Ouch.
In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online and I realized.
See, it's hard for me to picture this because I graduated law school, I guess at the January of 2015, right? So he's so much younger than me, and Piers makes me look like a spring goose. So it's hard to kind of picture this. I can't even fathom what his college experience was during the advent and prolific power expansion of the Me Too movement. I would have been put in so many jails if Me Too existed back when I was in college. Just like not because I did anything like out of the ordinary or crazy, but because times changed so much. Just like how you like the jokes that you tell. I mean, minor example. Like, this isn't from college. This is from a job that I had a couple years after college, but before I went to law school. There was a woman I worked with who claims, I don't believe her, but she claims she used to be hot and thin and pretty and stuff in high school. But then she had 2 children, and with, I think, both of them, she had gestational diabetes. Hey, maybe it was all the sandwiches, porker. But anyway, so she blimped up, never lost the weight. Gestational diabetes is devastating, you know, because there's a ton of weight gain. It doesn't come off very easy, and it kind of changes your body's chemistry a little bit going forward. It changes the way you'll live into the future, and it's really hard to reverse those things. Anyway, so she's fat, obviously. I mean, they had to hoist her up with a forklift just to get her into the elevator every day. And then that elevator was struggling. She asked me one time, because she pulled up a picture of Avril Lavigne. This is 2008 or whatever. So Avril Lavigne's like really pretty at the time. And she's in Vogue or whatever. And she's like, I don't see what guys see in her. And I'm like, well, they can actually see like the body structure underneath. Like they just see fucking orbit. That's it. That's all they can see, or gravity wells. And she laughs and she's like, you need to make fun of me and call me fat every day because I need motivation. This is kind of the origin of fat shaming, right? For me. I mean, I was doing it for free before. No one even requested it. It was charity fat shaming back then. But this woman's like, I need you to call me fat all the time so that when I get off work, I go home and I get on the treadmill instead of sitting on the couch. And so I did. Like I shredded this woman every day, like the cheese she was eating. And she like said she loved it. Like she was into it all the time. So I would just call her fat, you know, and, you know, tell her to stop sweating and then apologize because I know she can't, over and over and over. I would have been fired so fucking hard now. I would have been fired constantly, like in 2018, 2019, like when right before COVID, when Me Too was at its peak, I would have been destroyed. Fuentes like grew up in that. I don't know how you navigate college there, because in college, I went to college in a Midwest or in a Southwest Minnesota farm community. Every woman there was fat, just about. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, says, you are looking mighty swank these days. What happened? Just had the government interfere with my life a whole lot and realized that all the things I was worried about don't matter.
The country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that.
But my first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were they grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
No, he's indigenous, actually. His parents are first generation clay people. Their parents were made literally from the mud of Pennsylvania, with life breathed into them by Joseph Smith himself with his golden plates. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Of course, Piers. Look at him. Look at him. Well, I'm saying you probably came from... Yeah, he said Mexican, Irish, Italian. Like, where... No, the Irish and Italian parts of him especially, those didn't come from Ireland or Italy.
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe. the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American.
Well, maybe not, like, because Mexican, Irish, Italian, you probably wouldn't exist. Like, those, without immigration, those people wouldn't have a chance to meet. But this is a dumb thing. This is a very, very dumb thing. The fact that immigration happened at one point and set things up to be where they are now is just what happened. That's we're going to talk fallacies here, not fallacies. The fallacy of antiquity is because something happened in the past, it is important or meaningful or particularly of value. It's not. Now is not more valuable than prior times in the grand scheme of things. It's all the same. It's only more valuable now because we live in it, and what happens next is based on what we do now. That's the only primacy of now, and that's the only primacy of any sort of temporal thing. Immigration happened. People got here. Who fucking cares? It doesn't matter, because maybe it's good to turn off immigration now. Maybe it's not. I'm not saying one way or another. Above my pay grade. But it's a fallacy to say that, well, you benefited from immigration. So what does that have to do with now? Because immigration isn't an independent moral argument. Like, you don't go, well, immigration is bad as a moral principle. You say that immigration is bad for America because of the following moral principles. Right? We go, immigration is bad for America right now because we have foreign threats that are using porous borders to cause damage inside the United States or to mount up some sort of terroristic or even counter-nationalist movement. We've got the importation of illicit substances, illegal guns, illegal explosives, Piers Morgan. We don't want to have that. Right now, we're in an economic situation with rising inflation and decreasing employed Americans, and the extension of immigration visas for employment is taking away jobs that we really don't need to reach outside of the United States for. Like, what particular skill are we pulling from India or whatever? I think the skill that we're pulling from India and Pakistan in the tech industry is the skill of not costing as much as an American tech worker. But that's it. Like, you have people of just phenomenal talent here in the United States. We're large enough, resource rich enough, and economically elevated enough country that the amount of successful people that America breeds isn't because something like India or China, where you just have such a massive amount of raw population that by the math, the anomalies are going to be a huge figure, right? America doesn't produce anomalously amazing people because America produces amazing people by the fucking bucket load, right? Like, we're in an environment that is rich enough to create excellence in the average. That is never happened in human history. In human history, you always had to rely on the numbers game for exceptionalism because you'd have you didn't have wide access to education. You didn't have wide access to extracurriculars. You didn't have wide access to good mentors. You didn't have wide access to the knowledge base and the ability to experience the failure of others at the rate that we do now. Never before in human history, in any location, have they so consistently produced such an elevated class that the lowest class in America lives above 90% of the globe. That's crazy. That's crazy. So to think that we need, guys from India and Pakistan to come over here for a particular skill set is insane, because we're not getting the anomalies from those countries on H-1B visas. We're not doing that. We're getting their like average to above average. The whole thing is they're cheap. They're inexpensive. And there's incentives to do this that make it, beneficial for the company, beneficial for this person. And then they take money and skills and they leave the country. We hope they go back. But there are reasons to say that immigration is no longer the right thing to do. But when we were 13 colonies and we needed to expand across this entire fucking continent to find the other ocean, we needed people, baby. Of course we did. This is a dumb thing. And there may come a time in the future where we need more people and immigration becomes a better prospect. This is if you're of that opinion. Like I said, I'm kind of indifferent on the whole thing. I think it's interesting, but I'm not going to sit here and be a policy wonk on immigration and say that it's unnecessary, good or bad. But getting back to this immigration isn't in a vacuum a moral position. Immigration is just a feature of other moral positions. And the question is, do we bring people in from other places for a particular reason? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So trying to go after Nick, well, your parents were immigrants or their parents or whatever. Who cares? It's a different time. You're talking, 70 plus years ago? Who gives a shit? That America is dead. We're in a different place.
For God's sake, can we stop conflating legal immigration with illegal immigration? It's almost like it's a nuanced conversation, but that doesn't mean we should be suicidally empathetic. Moaha e mika amua.
Moaha e ika mua. Why did he turn Native American there? Anyway, it's just, I don't know. Shadowcat there was saying, can we stop conflating legal and illegal immigration? Yes, but also there is a time to reduce legal immigration as well. And to say that the legal channels that we have for immigration need to be looked at, reformed, refined, all of those things. We're in a country that is supposed to change. It's supposed to change. It's supposed to have core principles that we write down on a piece of fucking paper. It's the longest lasting governing paper of its kind. So we write it down. We can change it when it's really, really important. But the environment that we're in, immigration policy, should be changing fluidly. We should not be locked into the 1967 circumstances I think we're locked into 1992, 1993, which is the last major Immigration Naturalization Act reform. But we're talking this law was written in 1967. In 1967, wasn't Israel just finally a country? We're in a way different place now. And we're supposed to be changing. We're supposed to be updating and moving along with the American people. But what we end up moving along is the investment interests of our politicians.
Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now.
Of course.
And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference.
Racism!
My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe.
The gardener?
They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants, and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave, and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate.
The thing that so my thing with Fuentes is this. I agree with what he just said. I agree. In fact, prior to Reagan, we had a cyclical immigration cycle, and the idea of illegal immigration wasn't the same as we understand it now. But, you know, people also, they crossed into the country. They also crossed back. They weren't afforded a bunch of social safety net benefits. They weren't burdening the American taxpayers back in 1975 the way they are doing in 2025. This is a huge change over 50 years, right? That's fine. That's fine. But it was a different type of immigration, a different scope, and a different purpose. And of course, if we're going back 200 years to the primarily European immigration, you're of course seeing something different, right? You're seeing countries that are either industrialized or on the cusp of industrialization. Forgetting that India's industrialization happened in what, 1950? Like, it's crazy to think about. World War II, India is not an industrialized nation. It's colonized and non-industrialized. How is someone from a society like India, who went through industrialization that America went through in what, 1880 or earlier, they're coming into it, they're starting into it in 1955? And we're supposed to like expect that they're going to immigrate and integrate into our society flawlessly? No, Indian people are still named based on their birth value. Some of them are named after garbage because that's how their society sees them. We don't do that, like, except with the Finns. Sorry, Finland, we didn't tell you. But we don't do that. That's not a thing. Mexico, they still haven't figured out that one lane is for one car. They're like, we can fit 3 or 4 of those bad boys in there. Like, they still don't know. We're supposed to expect people to seamlessly integrate into the United States. I'm telling you, you fucking bring a Mexican guy into like a rural community 40 miles outside of Boise, Idaho. Like, we're not in the same world anymore. They're different places. That's fine. That's fine. But we have this expectation that oh yeah, we're just a melting pot and anybody can come here and integrate and assimilate. They can, they just don't. They don't, and we shouldn't expect them to. It's a massive cultural leap. Can you imagine living in Kenya and wearing towels and living in a hut and shit like that, and then being like, I will go to America. And then you show up and you get put in fucking, well, you can't say like Arkansas because they wear towels. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But you put them into any major metro area or even like a suburban area. And how do you expect that to go? Now, maybe, you know, like a particular person or family, like they integrate really well and they assimilate into society. Awesome. Now make it 1 million. Make it 1 million. Your success rate is going to go down. It's a different world. In the same way that if you sent 1 million Americans to Kenya, most of us would die by lions. The rest of us would die by Kenyans. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, gifted a membership. Thank you, Barb Rogers. And whoever got that membership, you better thank her. You better send her a thank you. Mickey Bitsko says, this interview was transformative in my opinion. Bye, boomers. You're saying, wait, you calling us boomers? Don't you do that, Mickey Bitsko. We're not boomers.
From, I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by
Piers Morgan does the like meme of the woman anecdote. Right? Like, statistics show that this is the probable thing. Well, it didn't work that way for me. It's like, yeah, yes, we got it. But for the majority, like, statistically, that is how it works. Well, not for me and not for my one friend. Okay, fuck off. Yeah, so Nick's dad or grandfather or whatever from Mexico. So he assimilated successfully into a European family. Why? It wasn't just him, right? The European family had to be okay with an interracial relationship. They had to be okay with mixing customs and traditions from a highly traditional society like Mexican society, whatever it is highly traditional and has, has its own very distinct value system that is distinctly different from Ireland. They're way different. You got some commonality on like histories of immigration, I guess, but not really. The Irish are much more like the Chinese than Mexicans. As far as immigration goes, as far as like the temporal aspect plus the cultural aspect and the assimilative aspect of American Chinese and American Irish, like we're talking, those are much more comparable than Ireland and Mexico. But yeah, you're doing the thing, Piers, where you have a statistical reality, and then you're going to go ahead and try and debunk it with a single anecdote, like, well, one that worked, like, yeah. Everybody knows one black dad, unless you're a black kid. That was racist. That was a joke. I'm sorry. I thought we could be racist.
Your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever.
Just a second, guys. One moment. Let me put up the Hackamania thing. I'll be right back. One second, guys. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. We are back. Here we go.
Or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. And or even zero immigrants from I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants.
Yeah, but Joe can't count that high, so it didn't happen.
From China, India, Venezuela.
So I'm getting a little bit of insight into Fuentes right now. It seems like Fuentes is at least purporting to be in favor of, stopping or limiting immigration severely, or restricting it to whites only countries for a time being, or white majority countries for a time being, which would basically be Europe and Northern Asia, right? Like that would be the idea. suggesting, whether you agree or not, that those countries have moral systems, economic systems, and other values that would, that are complementary and understandable in America, like that those would mesh well. Like that's the idea. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's true or not. It seems relatively feasible. I mean, we are a Euro origined country, although we're vastly different from a lot of Europe in some ways. You know, our deep culture, our religions, or they didn't originate in Europe, but they matured and developed into their current place, primarily in European culture. So we're steeped in Eurocentrism. We just have a little bit of a more reckless side and a little bit more liberty sprinkled in there. So that makes sense to some degree, if that's what his policy is. But, that's if you believe him.
El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody's a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people.
Not everybody.
I mean, maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people.
Like not everybody's a product of their environment. You have anomalous people all over the place, exceptional people, exceptionally bad people. You do not everybody's a product of their environment. It's not so simple. We have Juggalo Debo over on Rumble says, click the like button, faggots. So there we go. So only faggots should click the like button. The rest of you should too, but that's what Juggalo thinks.
From all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants.
Okay, this has become a controversial issue because Piers has brought this up. And Piers says, I'm not going to ambush you. I'm not going to attack you. And of course, he goes, and he's not attacking Nick here. He's attacking Nick's father. Now, sure, Nick told this story, this anecdote in publicly, so I guess that's on him. But you can tell that there's he already laid out the context as to why he told it, right? He's in a different environment. It's a little bit, you get to joke around a little bit more. You get to have some more levity and laugh along. And Piers is going to take that at its face value and say that's what he meant. And this, you never know where the line is here, but this isn't about Nick Fuentes. This is about his family in particular. And that doesn't make any sense because, again, it's not Nick Fuentes' family. Nick Fuentes' family is not the model of immigration that Nick is advocating for right now. And that's fine. Like you cannot say, well, your own family did this. Nick didn't, right? Nick didn't immigrate from Mexico or Italy or Ireland. He didn't do that. He was raised by second generation at worst parents. Like this is crazy town.
Because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, he said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never.
And that's the number one reason not to trust Nick Fuentes is because the first thing he would say is Applebee's. And anyone whose first choice is Applebee's belongs on a fucking cross.
Nick had the Taco Bell shits. That's why he had to bounce earlier.
No, my daughter came in. She had a question. She needed help with something. So that's what it was. If I had the Taco Bell shits, you would never know. I'd just be doing it right here. I'd just be flooding my own chair.
Eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family.
But that's a joke, see? Like, that's comedic. It's also funny coming from the most Mexican, like the most non-white person in Nick's family, at least as reported by him, would be his dad, who's half Mexican. So that makes it even funnier that that's the origin of it, right? Like it's not the pure Italian, it's which European blacks or Italians, but whatever. You know, like that. That's that. But the message is go to a local restaurant. Don't go to these chain restaurants that are garbage. And if you know anybody who's like, you know what, Red Lobster is great. Like that's really awesome seafood. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Red Lobster is good cheddar biscuits and sometimes good looking waitresses. That's it. Like that's Red Lobster. You don't go there for anything else. Oh, I'll have the popcorn shrimp. Oh, you're 4. That's cute. That's nice. That's not seafood. That's frozen. It's from a bag at your grocery store.
And restaurants. So before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process...
Piers, everyone's a product of their environment, which means they can't be inherently racist, right? Contradicting your own stupid points. If everyone's a product of their environment, then the characteristics that are apparently inherent aren't inherent. They're learned. So his father can't be inherently racist. Maybe you don't understand the definition of inherent.
Move to you.
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but
those anecdotes are contextualized. Stop this. Stop this. And you guys, like, assess my review of this in this way. I've never been a big fan of Fuentes. Right? Like, I don't care. Like, I don't think he needs to be removed. I think his, I think the freezing of his bank accounts and the no-fly list stuff, I think that's crazy. I think he's been unfairly targeted. I mean, he's just he's not my speed, not my style. Think he's a little bit of a weirdo. But so what? Who fucking cares? Like, this is crazy. We should be able to say, hey, that guy's kind of weird. And that's it. I don't care other than that. Like, I don't think Nick Fuentes is the biggest danger that America faces. I don't think, like, even if he becomes massively popular and powerful, I don't think he's going to take over and be Hitler. And even if he is, like, we're talking about a different place. We're talking about a completely different place than 1938 Germany. So, like, all right, Nick Fuentes is a weirdo. But take my assessment from that. Like, I'm not a Fuentes fan. I'm not a Piers Morgan fan either, but I'm not like more in favor of Fuentes than Piers Morgan. To me, they're equally. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't want to say unimpactful. I mean, they both clearly have cultural impact, but like, they're in the scheme of things, I don't think they're particularly that interesting. The phenomena of Nick Fuentes being popular is more interesting to me than Nick Fuentes himself. But that doesn't mean anything. It's not an insult. He's just it's not my speed, man.
He's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to
them.
ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you reveal.
Yeah, but anecdotes are not arguments. And the anecdote is about someone who isn't there to defend himself. And you're asking Nick Fuentes to make assessments over a funny story from his childhood to determine if his father is inherently racist, which he has to answer one of two ways. Yes, my father is inherently racist, and like roll with the meme or joke, which then subjects his father to any number of terror that his father never signed up for just because of the popularity of his son. Or he has to try and defend his father. He says, no, he's not racist. He had 2 black friends. That's crazy. He shouldn't have to do this. If you want to ask Nick Fuentes' father if he's racist, ask him. Give him 10 grand, invite him on for an interview and say, oh, you're a racist, sir. Your son said you wouldn't go to Applebee's. And we all know that that's where the African Americans go. We don't tell them that half-price ribs, those ribs are bad.
On your podcast, it's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you referred to.
Wait a minute. John Drennan I'm sorry. John Drennan in the chat says, at Lady Bama, Ricada is a born snob. There you go. Do you know how many fucking TV dinners I've eaten? All of them. All of them. All of them. I've eaten more TV dinners and those weird frozen turkey loaves than you can even dream of, buddy. Literally anything he fetishizes into some rarefied area of study. What are you talking about? Like, what's rarefied? And then this, I don't have a problem with any particular restaurant I eat when hungry. Applebee's is overpriced for the quality. Applebee's food comes in bags to their kitchen and they heat it up, either in a microwave or a pseudo sous vide method. There's better, like, go to a local restaurant. I grew up in Houston, Texas, man. There's independent, privately owned restaurants in every house, like much less on every street corner. There's no zoning. You just have like 4 Italian restaurants in the same strip mall, and you should go to all of them because one of them's bad, but you won't know which one it is because it changes every week, right? That's the American dream. That's what I loved about growing up in Houston, was that you could go to a different restaurant every day of your life and not eat at every restaurant in Houston. It's a crazy city. That's hyperbolic, but it's a crazy city. The amount of options there are out there that are not giant chains. They also have all of the chains. It's a huge metro area. But like, there's nothing wrong with encouraging people. Are you mad that I insulted Applebee's? What? Have you ever been to a Chili's? You ever been to a Chili's, motherfucker? Never go to an Applebee's again. Chili's, baby back ribs.
As they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Actually, it's a funny witticism invoking an economic reality in Chicago. If you want good seafood in Chicago, you don't go to Red Lobster. Suggesting that the statistically, economically lower class community of African Americans, when Nick Fuentes is growing up in the late 90s and early 2000s, late 90s through the mid 2000s, right? No, we don't want to go there. Let's go somewhere local or whatever that's going to be better food. This is where people who don't know how to spend their money go, or who don't have money to spend. Like, it's kind of a witty, joking thing. It's not actually commentary on black people inherently, Piers. Chicago is a stratified city in a lot of ways, right? Like, South Chicago is not the same as North Chicago. Nick's basically said that earlier. South Side and West Side are vastly different than the rest of Chicago. Yeah, pretty obvious. Trying to make it about race. It's always got to be a racist thing. It doesn't. Some people just like know how to say things in a humorous way based on the circumstances that they're in.
Sounds like Buddy in the chat is being a good little goy by fighting on the hill of goy slop. That's how you get a micro peen.
Micro peen.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school.
And all their targets were black silhouettes. They're not racist at all. They included everyone.
Most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients.
We just now learned that the Fuentes family is the origin of black gun violence in Chicago. Oh my God. Holly Movie Star says the left's policies ultimately create Nick Fuentes.
Clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family, being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, in the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of Black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact,
no-fault divorce and Planned Parenthood and Roe versus Wade destroyed the Black community, like absolutely trounced it. Black families used to have lower divorce rates than white families prior to 1967. You have a lot of stuff that really changed and sculpted, the traditional American Black family. Now, the American Black family was molded and scoped, unfortunately or fortunately or whatever, in part through slavery. Like, Christian slave owners did impart Christian traditions into a significant number of Black families, and those and the overall Judeo-Christian nature of America and the prevalence of evangelicalism and Catholicism in the United States and the ability for those religions to thrive openly after a little bit of time, because it wasn't actually so much religious freedom in the late 1700s, early 1800s. It took a little time to get that on a federal level. It was pockets of religion, right? Like, all over the place. But once that happened, the combination of like how slavery works, how integration would then, follow several years later. But like that, between those two things, there is a Christian culture that existed in the United States that didn't exist in many other places. And African Americans, literal African Americans, came up in that system. I mean, you look at Southern Baptist churches, you look at Baptists in general throughout the Southeast, and you have a culture of Black Christianity. And not like the Obama variety, like with this salvation theology and all this shit. Like, you have just a very conservative, you have a very conservative Christian worldview for a long time, and that's why they have had so much trouble getting gay marriage passed through the Black communities in particular, even in the most liberal places, because no matter how liberal the Black communities got on things like, welfare benefits and other things, their family values actually held pretty strong for a really long time. But again, low economic status, no-fault divorce, the 3-strike system, honestly, and Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood specifically targeted to destroy the Black family. I don't know why we keep letting them get away with this, but what Nick is saying here is true. Like all of this stuff contributed to a decline, and it's a different culture now than you would have had when his parents were growing up. But you also, like, let's not put too fine a polish on it, right? You still did have, at the time his parents are kids, you still have segregation in the United States. I mean, you still have some pretty significant issues going on.
my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a Black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the Black people. And now
comment on Minnesota Somali fraud. Dude, Minnesota imported Somalis, which means that Minnesota imported Somalia's corrupt government hierarchies just within their communities. That corruption leads to the elevation of corrupt people, building a corrupt network that looks out for themselves. And then they find a way to defraud a government, being used to cyclically defunct governments that exist periodically for the purposes of enriching the people associated with that government before they all get murdered by the next regime. Like, we imported Somalia's issues because we imported Somalian people. And this is exactly what Nick is talking about. When you take in people groups throughout any point in history, you have to localize and temporalize where those people groups are at that time. If you're importing 1 million Somali citizens who've been locked in a civil war blood cycle for the past 7 decades, you're going to inherit some aspects of that civil war blood cycle, the corruption of power and the corruption of blood that goes along with it. Like, you're just going to. That's a reality of the importation of huge people groups. And that's Nick's point. He's like, whoa, we're bringing in all these people from Venezuela, and we're not putting a pause on that people group and letting them assimilate and integrate. And the problem is, if you have a people group that is coming in here, for example, that is coming into the United States, and you're like, all right, melting pot in, bitches. We're all waiting for you to join our warm, gooey core, right? Like, and you're consistently bringing in fresh people from the other culture, like from their historical traditions. They're going to adhere to those traditions more steadfastly, because the people coming in are going to ask where they've gone. You're going to come in, they're going to be like, oh, you don't make this dish anymore? Oh, you don't speak our language anymore? Oh, you don't hold on to our traditions anymore? Oh, you don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do this. And then people will naturally, no, I'm still Venezuelan. I'm still Venezuelan. I'll go cut someone right now. Right? Like, they'll do that over and over. It's just logical. Like, the more people you bring in, the longer it takes to assimilate an entire people group, because you necessarily have numbers of people who will be resistive to that assimilation. Whereas if you bring people groups in small doses, those resistive numbers are going to be overpowered by the culture and by their own people group. They won't be reinforced by traditionalists coming in over and over and over again. If we recognize that America has a superior culture because we take the good parts of other cultures and melt it into the existing culture that we have, which is one that celebrates, our relatively diverse history and our strong desire of independence. This would be the same if we brought over a bunch of British people, or fucking heaven forbid, brought in 10 million Canadians. Oh my God, we'd be apologizing to everybody tomorrow. This is just math.
Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees, and there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there.
Joe Schmo, I didn't say America was a melting pot. I said, if that's the perspective that you have, if that's what you believe. Are you of the Mosaic philosophy? What's crazy about a melting pot is if you have a giant pot full of molten lead, and you start adding in like a bunch of flowers, right? Somewhere in there you have stuff that's other than lead, but it's pretty much fucking lead. Like, that's what you got. And ultimately, again, with a melting pot, if you're talking about melting things down, if you're talking about adding heat sufficient to cause a physical change, and ultimately potentially a chemical reaction causes a chemical change, which you get left with is, carbon and other base elements. And the predominant element of the pot will be predominant until you overtake it. So I think you can make a strong argument that America is a melting pot. Some of those base elements may have value that are refined out of whatever's going in, and we may take them and integrate them. But ultimately, like, the core American culture has been based on the Judeo-Christian Eurocentrism that existed and still persists to this day. Just, again, a little bit more freedom, a little bit less taxes, we hope. Not as much, of an accent, and better food than Britain will ever have.
They're shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am.
Look, I have to say Judeo-Christian because my media overlords make me say the Judeo part. I don't know why, but I love it.
And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that.
You don't want to get into it because Nick Fuentes will crush you on knife violence and fucking African rape. African and Middle Eastern rape gangs running through the country. All right, let's do this. Let's talk about Piers Morgan. Oh, I live in London, one of the most diverse cities, blah, blah, blah. London, 53.8% white. All right. Asian/Asian British is 20.8%. 13.5% black. 5.7% mixed. And 6.3% other, including Arab. Now, let's talk about Chicago. All right. 31 to 33% white, 30% Hispanic, 30% black, 7% Asian. Not even fucking close to the diversity of Chicago. London isn't even fucking close to Chicago on diversity. And Londoners do, like, Europeans do this a lot. They're like, oh, we're very, like, our metro areas are very diverse. It's like, no, you're just getting there, homie. You're just getting there. You're not there yet. You're not at the same level. Thinking of Chicago, a city the size of Chicago being a third white, a third black, a third Hispanic, and then, some Asians. Rather than 60% white. It's a huge difference.
I have got into that before.
Jean de Valais says London is 35% white, Nick. Not according to the 2021 census data of London, which is the most recent I can find doing this very quickly. 53.8% white. 36.8% white British, but 53.8% white. So you've got white, other Europeans, and Americans. And then your next highest minority is Asian and or Asian British. So you've got an Indian and Pakistani population, but remember, India is colonized, and British Indians are British, right? They're not from India, like. They're the colonized people. Anyway, but I'm not here to argue those demographics. I'm just simply suggesting that, like, when Europeans talk about having diverse cities, they don't even fucking know about it. Like, they're not in the same category. Jean de Valais says, ask Grok how much of London is white, and it answers 36.8%. Again, that's the same that you come up with for white British. It's white British, not all whites. Hashtag not all whites.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
with
Aladdin. We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow
See? And that's funny. And Piers doesn't even get the joke. And this is a critical thing. If you're talking about Nick Fuentes, you have to understand that there are jokes going on. Those jokes are happening. 200 Watt Studio says Piers would give up his country for a good curry. Gross. Like, I've had some curried foods. It's not that bad, but it's not my thing.
Cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are. in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story.
Jean de Valais says white, English, Welsh, Scottish, and Northern Irish, 38.6. Yeah. I know. That's what I was saying. But the overall white population of London is almost 60%, according to the most recent census data. The Chicago census data is not like American whites. It's just whites. And it's a third. It's roughly a third. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terrace says, I live close to Coleman in Alberta, Canada. I feel really safe here. We have a lot of bears to protect us. Just know black bears, they're high crime bears.
Right. And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist.
No, don't do the black friend thing. See, I have no black friends. I have black servants.
His family, so.
Okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not.
Yeah, again, you're taking an anecdote that's told in the context of something humorous that's then relayed in the context of something humorous. And you're saying that this is like a foundational principle of racism existing in his family. That's not just dishonest. It's fucking retarded.
Real Italian food. Hang on. Can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too. In a way, 60. Right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society. But you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this.
Yeah, but they're not going to go find Nick saying it. And when they do, they're not going to be enmeshed in Nick's comment. Like, I say a bunch of stuff that's racist. Like, am I racist? Maybe against Romanians? I don't even know. But I think racist jokes are funny. My friends all thought racist jokes are funny too. And my friend group, I was the minority. Like it's just how, even when I moved to Minnesota, my friends were primarily Hispanic and black. Like, I don't know. That's just kind of how it happened. But that's what I was used to growing up in Houston. So I guess it makes sense. But we always, like, you know, white people can't dance and their food is bland. Black people steal stuff. Mexicans trim the hedges. Like, it was all just like, it's jokes. So it's like, well, they could go back and watch. Sure, you can go back and watch, but you have to be enmeshed in the community that Nick Fuentes has fostered. And you can say it's racist if you want. You can come to that conclusion. That's fine. I don't care. Like, again, not a Fuentes fan, not a Fuentes guy. Like, You know, I don't want him to like, I don't care that he's like getting into American politics. I think it's interesting, but it's not like interesting and I want to change it. It just is what it is. But like, you can't characterize someone in a particular way. Is Nick Fuentes racist? I think like in some ways, sure, probably. I also don't give a shit because most of the people who like are up in arms about him being racist are racist as well. It just isn't that big of a deal. Like we act like everybody needs to not be racist to have a point, but like a lot of people are racist. A lot of people are racist. A lot of people would be much more comfortable about around people of their own skin color than someone else. If that's the case, congratulations. You graduated into at least some mild level of racism. Who fucking cares? Like, it doesn't really matter that much. If Nick Fuentes assumes power, then he's still constrained by the Constitution. If he assumes power, look at him. You think he's assuming power? Maybe he will on some long, grand timeline. Maybe he'll become super influential. But as you can see, Nick Fuentes is being forced to moderate to enter the mainstream because the American culture largely resists like overt racism. It's just that people in Nick's generation understand that saying something racist in a moment or in an anecdote or as a reason or descriptor of something else can either be funny or informative or whatever. Unfortunately, stereotypes tend to have a basis. And though those stereotypes don't necessarily predict future behavior, they do a lot of times adequately reflect past performance on a statistical macro level. That's how they became stereotypes often. Now, those can be outdated, they can be whatever, but it doesn't make them invalid as like a point of argument. If you want to overcome it, overcome it. But if you're overcoming it, like if you're going to get into crime statistics in the United States, for example, and you try and ignore the overwhelming levels, the disproportionately high levels of violent crimes coming from African Americans, it doesn't mean that any particular black guy is going to be violent. It just means that statistically, for a number of reasons, huge amounts of violent crime happen in black communities. And you can say a lot of it is economic. You can say a lot of it's cultural. A lot of it's related to drug culture, for example. Sure, maybe there's something inherently there. Some people believe it, some people don't. It doesn't really matter, right? Like, let me ask you the question. Let's take it away from blacks and make it less inflammatory. I'll say it about my people. Let's say that Polish people are inherently violent. All right? Inherently violent. And we find that in Polish communities, violent crime is 600% higher than in comparable communities in the same localized area. All right, let's just say that. Assume arguendo that Polish people localized are 600% more likely to commit violent crime than any other community in that area. Okay? It doesn't mean that any particular Polish person is going to be violent or not. It also doesn't mean that that crime isn't happening. Whether it's inherent or not, you still have the increased propensity for crime from that community. So you got to fucking figure it out. There's a violent crime problem in black neighborhoods in the United States, especially in major metro areas. There just is. Whether or not there's a racial characteristic of violence amongst blacks is irrelevant to the point that it's there, and we have the problem no matter what. Like, if they're inherently violent, do we go, oh well, that's just how it's going to be, or do we still try to address violent crime problems in the U.S.? I think probably the second one. I think we still try to address violent crime problems, or should be. But if it's not a race-based thing, is it better or worse? Like, which one's the worst answer? I don't know. It doesn't matter, right? Like, the problem is you have murders happening and you have assaults happening, and you need to address those problems. Getting mired down in like what the ultimate cause of it is might help address some of the the concerns on a sociological level, but from a police power level and a government influence level, you just need to know that it's happening, and then you need to address it. You can let the social sciences figure out why and address that on their own. 200 Watt Studio 8 says Don Rickles was beloved for his comedy. Don Rickles is great. Mickey Bitsko says, you and Steel Toe shit on the UK. Talk about Minnesota. I hate this state. I don't want to be here. I fucking hate it. Oh my God. Like, what do you want me to say? I'll say whatever bad about Minnesota you want. I hate this state. I don't want to be here. I don't like the culture. It's not my style. The food is garbage. Like the attitudes, the social aspects of it. I hate this state. I don't want to be here. What do you want me to shit on Minnesota? All day, all fucking day. The only reason I brought up the UK is because Piers brought it up. Here we go.
Funny thing, you should bring up crime statistics. Watch as Morgan does the meme. Also, he's a cuck with a micropeen.
Micropeen.
Interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk.
Not just that it was a joke. The anecdote was funny when he told it. The original story was also a joke. We're 2 layers of abstraction removed from reality, Piers. That's what he's saying. It's like so far beyond, like, that's the only piece of information that we've got about his dad is that he said this humorous thing at one point when Fuentes was riding around the car, like, oh, we were going to pick a restaurant. He'd say, oh, don't go there. Like, so what about the rest of it? Except it doesn't even work. Because again, we're talking about something that happened 30 years ago. Well, Nick's not quite 30, right? So 25 years ago. What were you guys saying 20 years ago? We all talked different 20 years ago, right? We could say faggot all the time 20 years ago. Nobody gave a shit. 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, is it true the official Minnesota governor's vehicle is a short bus? Yes. It also has a wheelchair lift, but he doesn't have a wheelchair. He just claps a lot and he shakes his backpack when the lift goes up and down.
About Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
See, and this is funny. Like, this is a funny joke. And you have to understand meme culture to understand what's going on here. But, you know, the thing about comedy is there's, like, jokes have a nugget of truth to them. So he does in some way think some of these things. But what is Piers expecting Nick to do here? Like, denounce all this? No, it's still funny. It's funny to say that women shouldn't vote. It's still funny. And the funniest part is that women, like, no, they shouldn't vote because men told them so.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part?
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What is the most part?
See, this is the only way, by the way, that Nick can defend this statement. And again, like or dislike him, the hyperbole expressed in his expressive rant, right, can't be defended as if it were serious. It can't be defended as if it were serious. Piers is asking him to seriously address something that is bloviation hyperbole, Does he hold some of those views and believe them? Yes. Do we genuinely think that Nick Fuentes believes, like, literally that most blacks need to be in prison? Or is he making commentary on the black crime problem? I think it's probably the latter. I don't know. I'm not in his head. Thank Christ. Like, I don't belong there. But, like, come on now. So what's he supposed to do? No, I'm going to walk it back and say all this stuff. No, he's going to lean into it because it's the only way, because it's an unserious question, in my opinion.
Have you seen the videos of people driving by Tim Wall's house calling him a retard? It's honestly the best content from someone in North Dakota.
Yeah, it's very funny. Very funny.
I mean, what percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Silicon Player says, but the points he's making are serious, even if the actual words aren't. Yes. Yeah, but again, when you're talking about macroeconomic issues, like the distribution of crime across race, you're speaking in such gross overgeneralizations by nature. It's a macro level look. You're not drilling down. You're not getting into it and saying, well, you know, like in other metro areas that don't have a majority black impoverished population, you have a different ethnic group. Like, yeah, okay, who fucking cares? Like, we get it, but we're talking about this particular issue where it is. And again, I think Nick holds some of these values. That's irrelevant here, because the thing that Piers is using to dig that out is obviously hyperbolic and mimetic. It's obviously that way. So Nick is addressing the obvious. He's taking the reductio ad absurdum position that Piers is trying to use for a gotcha. And he's just like, all right, you want to do that? Okay. Yes, I believe it. I believe it. It's like when, Nick Fuentes said having sex with women is gay. That's funny. Now, Nick may be gay, like legitimately may be gay. I don't care if he is or isn't. Nick may be gay, may not be gay. That statement is funny. And it's funny because so many men act less like men, or some definition of masculine, when pussy is on the line. Whether it's honest or not doesn't matter. Because, my gosh, you're trying to get past those luscious meat curtains and park your car in a warm garage. That's what's going on. And so men act in all sorts of ways to do that. We have a biological imperative to do so. But calling it out and saying that sex with women is actually the gayest thing you can do is funny. It's a funny way to convey it. Does he actually believe that men who have sex with women are gay? Well, I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not sure. The Mad Sicilian says, first off, Piers is sent here by Davos to destabilize and disarm the U.S. citizens. Second, he is trying to tear Nick down because he's gaining popularity. People are listening to him, which screws up Davos' plans. Well, I think Piers is also just fucking stupid. I think Piers is doing it, for views because he got a shitload of them.
Fuentes don't play that duck speak crap from this Tampa love and weirdo P. Morgan.
Ronnie deserves to be in prison. It's the only way to be safe.
Bush, don't you dare say that about our king.
Nick, you're the GOAT. Been around since the Lowell suit. Makes me happy to see you back. Also, your new drip is S tier.
Thank you, Dark Schwartz Rising, and I will send you nudes.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers, I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
But like, violent crime is more than murder. Murder is the most extreme violent crime. Murder is the most extreme violent crime. And Black American men between the ages of 13 and 30 are the highest per capita murder offenders in the country. They just are. You can come with all sorts of reasons. Again, the reasons why matter less than the fact of. We need to tackle the young black male murder problem in this country. We have to, like, that's a serious problem. And it's a serious problem primarily for similarly aged black men. Solving the young black man murder problem saves a massive amount of young black men's lives. Very important. Very important to do so. Blacks kill blacks more than blacks kill whites. Whites kill whites more than whites kill blacks. I mean, a lot of that is just the communities you're in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, again, there's all these factors for it, but who fucking cares? People are getting murdered, and we want to solve that problem. Now, maybe you go, okay, like, we need to look at is there an inherent problem? Is there a cultural issue? Blah, blah, blah. Is it economic? Whatever. Who gives a shit what all those are? Like, someone will work on them and figure them out to approach the problem. Well, I care about the fucking problem. Let's lower the murder rate in the United States. That'd be great, right? Like, don't you want to walk around? You want to walk through Chicago and not worry about getting shot because there's good stuff to eat there, right? Like, there's good shopping or whatever. It's close to where you work. And you want to not die on your way to work, even if you're catching a stray. So it's good to attack these problems. But murder isn't the only violent crime. Just because he's saying 5%. Now, I don't know if the stat is true, but if he says that 1 in 20. So 5%. If he says 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder, well, then we got a problem that we need to address. That's really high. That's really, really high. I don't know if it's true, but I do know that it is disproportionately higher than other specific demographic groups. And again, hashtag not all blacks. 60-year-old black men are much less likely to murder someone than 22-year-old black men. But so what? Like, we're not talking about those guys. We're talking about this demographic group. There's a problem that needs to be addressed. They're disproportionately high in murder, which again is the end. That is the far end of violent crime. That's the far end of violent crime. But there's all sorts of other violent crimes that are massive and, again, pervasively high in some black communities. Typically low income, government subsidized, economically immobile communities in metro areas. That's where it's disproportionately high. We can address these things. We don't really need to know why until we start getting a handle on what is happening. Turning that down, turn the volume down, and then find out why the speakers are cracking.
Did you see our Lord and Savior Kyle Rittenhouse got married and they are holding firearms in their wedding photos?
Yes. And as a Dick fan, you know everything is marketing. Kyle's brand is Second Amendment. Kyle's brand is to be pro-firearm, pro-responsible firearm ownership, pro-self-defense. That's how Kyle will make money for the rest of his life. And yeah, he should do that. His wife, I'm sure, understands it, and he probably has a wife who's okay with it. I'm guessing, that just is logical to me. I did see that. But yeah, again, as a Dick fan, you know everything is marketing all the time. Market yourself or market someone who's paying you.
More blacks were killed by blacks just in Chicago under Lori Lightfoot than the Klan managed in 100 years.
Is we including abortions? Because white Democrats have killed 23 million blacks in the last 30 years. Mic drop, micropene out.
Yeah. And see, so here's the thing, right? Like, not to put too fine a point on all of this, but if we're going to talk about social impact of crime and types of crime, we would go, yeah, gang violence in the United States equals more black murder, or like more murdered black people than the KKK or whatever in some place. Okay, we'll accept that as a given for any number of reasons. Fine. But the nature of the crime really does matter, right? Like, because murder is bad, but a lot of us are more offended by the murder of like a 6-year-old than a 32-year-old. Like we just are. We have this like probably partly evolutionary desire to protect children generally, and we go like there's more potential. 32-year-old would have more things we could say, well, maybe, and that like a 6-year-old has less opportunity to defend themselves, less autonomy and less agency. So like there's all sorts of reasons. And in the same way we can say like, there weren't as many lynchings as there are gang shootings in Chicago in a year or something like that. Whatever the stat is, I'm pulling that out of my ass because it doesn't matter what the stat is. You can say that, but then you go, it's the purpose of these things. Right. The purpose of the KKK was to terrorize and intimidate an entire community, a race of people, whereas gang violence isn't for the purpose of terrorizing a race of people. Gang violence is a product. It's for the purpose of economic stability within a black market of drugs and other illicit activities. Like, so there's different things. There's different cultural impacts and societal impacts. And, we want to address it. School shooters are disproportionately small on the scale of like murderers, but their acts are so shocking, offensive, and devastating to communities and to the nation that we want to address it. Like, we want to address it no matter what is going on. We want to address that, even though it's less likely than, that less people die in mass shootings than die in tripping over dishwashers, like open dishwasher drawers and falling on the cutlery and bleeding out, like because they're elderly. It's like, well, yeah, like we want to reduce that, but that's different than a murder. Anyway, sorry, rant off.
You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great.
See, Piers doesn't even realize he's getting mocked here because everybody who's watching Fuentes in his group of people, even if they're all racist, even if they're all the most racist people, and we'll say, again, for the sake of argument, that they're the most racist people on earth as they're watching it, they all understood what he was saying. They all understood what he was saying there. The only guy who didn't is Piers, because he's either fucking dumb or he's dishonest. You got it, or both. DDST5RH, 1 month member, says interracial murder is almost completely dark on light. Yeah. But it's kind of, but it's also, it's still lower than dark on dark. And again, addressing these things is important. But we don't need to know why while we start addressing the problem. But start addressing the problem, and then again, we'll figure out like what it is. But we don't necessarily need to know 100% the origins of everything to start addressing the problem.
Point.
You think it's funny or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned?
Tons of black Americans would find that funny. Tons of black Americans would agree. What are you talking about?
For the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why?
People are telling
Here's the
me
difference.
Really
black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I was on Chicago University for a year, several years ago. Oh, that's the same as being in the fucking ghetto in South Chicago. Yeah, pretty much the same, right? Right, Piers? University of Chicago for a year? That's the same thing.
That's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on that.
Okay, see, Piers is engaged in a problem here. The official crime statistics are either, depending on the table, arrests or convictions. Arrests and convictions do not account for the overall murder rate. It's underreported. I think it's underreported by a factor of 1/3. Because there's a significant amount, and again, for lots of reasons. Some victims are hard to identify. In low economic areas where murders happen, maybe there isn't someone who's going to pursue the prosecution of that murder, or even the arrest, or even the investigation, because maybe no one cares that the guy died. Maybe the guy who got killed was a scumbag. Still a murderer. So you've got this problem in that you have a significant underrepresentation in the FBI crime statistics. And this is actually stated in those tables, if Piers read them, that this does not account for all murders. It's either all arrests, all charges, or all convictions. And those are clarified in the tables. But there's a significant amount of murder that goes unprosecuted in the United States.
By data hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too.
Not anywhere close.
Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but
but that's also a 2-cocaine fallacy, right? We're in fallacy territory again. Not phallus, but fallacy. 2-cocaine fallacy is you also. So whataboutism is the Americanized word for it. Whataboutism. Well, what about these guys? They also do stuff. It's like, well, they do, but it's also at a lower rate. But also, who cares? Here we go. Wrong. So this is from September of 2022. From National Public Radio, overt racists over there, white supremacists at National Public Radio. The exonerations report has some disturbing numbers on the rate of exonerations. Black people represent 13.6% of the population, but account for 53% of 3,200 exonerations in the registry as of August 8. Let me see. So we've got Ailsa Chang is interviewing someone named Alana Wise. Chang says, so what did this report find exactly regarding exoneration rates? Wise says, so the report found that Black Americans are about 7 times more likely than white people to be wrongfully convicted of 3 major crimes. That's funny. So we're talking about exoneration rates. Hold on. I grabbed the wrong one. Very funny. Let's see. Damn it. Now I got to go to the, let's see. Fuck. I'm not going to find it right now. Not going to find it. Now, there are people out there who make the case that blacks are overrepresented in the criminal justice system because of over-policing and stuff like that. And again, there's so much that goes into these things that you can't have these discussions on like a soundbite level. You can't do it. You know, the common stat is 13% of the population, 50% of the crime. It's actually more like 6.5% of the population because it's predominantly black males, although black females are disproportionately higher in violent crime as well. Because again, it's likely due to a huge amount of community influence, a huge amount of economic problems, and a lack of economic mobility.
About proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's
shootings.
with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean,
do I have to defend this? Because I don't personally believe that. Like, that's not my thing. But also that doesn't... Having a racial preference for your family isn't automatically racist. It might be. It might also not be. But having a preference for tribalism, we'll just say it that way. Having a preference for tribalism isn't automatically racist because it may not be based on an unreasonable dislike of another group. It may just be a preference for your own group. And you're allowed to prefer whatever the fuck you want. Whether it's Catboy Bussy or Drippin' Black Get. Like, whichever one it is, it doesn't matter. Whatever you prefer is what you prefer. The reasons behind your preferences may be racist or immoral or whatever. And that is, they may be. Who cares?
Be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
No, he's going to agree because, again, this is the thing with going with the culture of his show, going with the meme or whatever. He's going to just roll with it, I'm guessing. It looks like he's about to nod, so I'm cheating a little bit. But I'm guessing he's going to go ahead and agree. But it isn't automatically racist. And he didn't say he was racist. He said, it's racial for me. I prefer my own people for my family. Like, that's, and he's allowed to have that preference. He's allowed. Nick Fuentes is not required to date a black woman or man, as it may be, if you will, as it were. James E.O. Jimbo says, this is way more palatable with Nick R. Thanks, man. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. My pleasure. My pleasure. Your pain, but my pleasure.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist.
I said that a little bit ago. Like, I mean, he said this days ago. So it's not like an I won thing. It's just depending on how you structure racism. Like, if Piers is saying having a racial preference for your attraction and what you hope your kids bring home, for example, if that makes you racist, Nick's okay with being called racist if that's the qualifier. But it's where you draw the line on racism. Racism is an irrational. It relies on irrationality, irrational dislike, distrust, or distaste for someone based on their race, which is an inherently immutable characteristic. That would say that it's irrational because it would ignore all the things that could overcome that dislike or, distrust or distaste, which means that it's not based around the character of a person or, how someone behaves or anything like that. It's based solely on, look, this is a skin color and there's no way to overcome that. That's racism. That's irrational. Rationality might be, I have a preference for this, but someone can certainly overcome it. I'm generally attracted to white women, right? But like I've seen black women that are very, very attractive to me. So like, I have a preference, and that preference can be overcome. Okay. So does that make me racist? Yes. Against whites only.
Or pretend not to be our white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure he's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So
he's not there to defend himself, and Piers going after the father is a cheap attack on Nick, that he's now forced to defend someone else's position based off of an anecdote that was told in a humorous setting, of the anecdote itself being in a separate humorous setting. Right? Like, this is the whole thing. He shouldn't have to defend his father. That's not what he needs to do. The question is whether Nick is racist. Now, Piers could have just asked him, do you think that your racial views and your racism, as I'll call it, is instilled in you by your father or by your parents or by whatever? Where do you think your racism came from? He has ways to do this. Nick will talk about his experiences. He said, like, experientially, living in Chicago, he maybe doesn't trust the community, whatever. Like, he can do that. Or maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just say, I don't like how dark they are. I don't like that I can't see them at night. I don't like that, who fucking knows? Who fucking knows?
Exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. He could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all. Well,
then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about.
Yeah, and he already addressed it, though.
Your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which
see, this is Piers trying to do. Piers is pulling an internet debate me bro tactic here. Like, oh well, now you should retract that decontextualized position that you held, as if Nick Fuentes held the position that his father was racist before. And this is the insidious nature of what Piers is doing here. This is not reason, rationality. This is not argument. This is not debate. This is him saying, trying to imply and force Nick into having the position that his father was racist, rather than telling an anecdote which could be interpreted as racist, or most people would go, "That's kind of funny." Like that's kind of funny. And also, he's talking about eating in Chicago. His answer might be different if he was in fucking Namibia or whatever. Like, right? Like, he's in Rwanda. He's like, let's not eat at the Red Lobster there. That's where the blacks go. Like, that'd be even funnier, actually. But, like, this contextualized to a time and a place, and it's anecdotal for a reason. It's not a position that Nick Fuentes holds. He's like, well, you can retract it. What do you mean retract it? How's he going to retract that story? Yeah, I told this story, but I made it up. Like, my dad's not racist. I made that up. He doesn't have to defend his father, because his father, we don't have any reason to believe his father is a racist just because of this funny anecdote.
True story. Young cousin in Boston started dating a Colombian and decided to stay with him because grandpa, uncle, and father used slurs and told her to leave him. He actually left her instead after she got pregnant. Were the grandpa, uncle, and father racist?
No, they were correct. In hindsight, right? But yeah, like many such cases. Like, to take it to the extreme, there were those two, like, young blonde girls who were, like, in college, and they're like, we're going to go help Al-Qaeda. They went over there and just perpetually treated the worst they could possibly be treated. They're like, I didn't understand. I didn't know that this was going to happen. Oh, you didn't? Put the burqa back on. What were you thinking? Oh, we all just made it up. Like all those stories, like radical Islam, it's taking over, and it's like how it's different from what it was. And it's the critical aspect of all of this that everybody's missing is like a rise of radicalization in Islam has changed what Islam was understood to be for a while, because Islam was awful from the start. Conquest and rape favored from the start. Not that other cultures. Well, what about the Danes? They raped everybody too. Yeah, also awful, right? But the Danish now are just pastries that we eat. What are we talking about? But yeah, Muslims were awful for a really long time. And then they kind of weirdly like culturalized and modernized and things were a little bit different. And then they radicalized again by going hyper traditional, hyper conservative Muslim in some of these places. You can look back on the pictures of Iran in the 60s and 70s prior to the re-radicalization, and you find Iran to be a completely different place, right? Women in bikinis and stuff. It was heaven in some ways. But now you have something different. I don't know where I started with this. It doesn't even matter. I think I just wanted to say that Muslim culture was predicated on rape and conquest for a while. But a lot of cultures were. Why do I have to qualify that? I don't. Because those other cultures aren't radicalizing into a culture of conquest and rape again. But Muslim culture is. So we have to address that one. Not all Muslims, obviously. Radicalized nations. Very important. Very important, I think, to reduce the culture of conquest and rape. I don't know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned that way.
Is what your position was earlier. Fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say...
Actually, that's not what he said. He said that Piers fundamentally misunderstands that's what black people fare is. That's not where black people worked. He knows that they don't. All right. He's saying that's where black people ate. That's the type of food where they ate, and that we should eat better than that, which is, again, contextualize it as humorous. But it's not about the skin color of the people there. It's about the quality of the restaurant. That's the joke, Piers. That's what you don't get. It's not like he doesn't want to go to Red Lobster because he's going to see black people there. He doesn't want to go to Red Lobster because he's calling it low class. And is that joke off color? Hashtag literally. Yeah, sure. Is it crass? Okay. Is it racist? Does it mean he doesn't like black people or has an irrational dislike of black people? Or is he saying, I don't want to go where this socioeconomic group eats because I want to eat at a higher quality place? Everybody understood the fucking joke, Piers.
Or use them. If you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
No, the idea that you would ask it without realizing you're attacking his father is ridiculous. And also, again, you're also trying to force Nick into a position that he doesn't hold and then apologize for that position and then retract from it, all while having to defend it because you want to develop an inconsistency. This is what lawyers do to discredit someone on the witness stand. You find some dishonesty somewhere. And if you can't find a dishonesty, you manufacture a dishonesty by taking a statement. Maybe you don't know the context and you don't care what the context is. This happens in every courtroom all the time, right?
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, you know, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views,
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show?
No, 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 you can't accept that. This is nonsensical. Well, you can't talk about your father on your show because years later or months later or even a day later, someone will decontextualize the conversation and use it against you. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. And it's this mindset that is so pervasive and devastating to the American hierarchical structure, whether it's in the private sector, the public sector, whether it's in government, out of government, whether it's politics, whether it's social media. The idea that you can't have a conversation because if you have a conversation that I can decontextualize and attack you with it, that's on you, that's your fault, which causes us to neuter and sanitize all of our beliefs. And if we neuter and sanitize our beliefs because of the fear that some retarded Englishman is going to come in and misunderstand what we said so intentionally and maliciously that it will damage us in the future, then we never say anything of import at all. And we never get down to the root of what really drives people. We never understand our own humanity if we can't be honest about it because we're afraid how it will impact us a decade down the line, 5 years down the line, 1 year down the line, 2 months down the line. It doesn't matter how far ahead of time, because if you decontextualize it, then it doesn't even matter if it happens the same day. It has to happen in the same context. The conversation about what he said has to happen in the context of his show, in the mimetic understanding of his show, in the audience and in the environment that is there. If you take it out of all that stuff, he wouldn't have said it that way because the anecdote wouldn't have been as comical, impactful, for whatever purpose. Piers is acting like Nick Fuentes' purpose was to talk about his dad being a racist. Something tells me that wasn't his purpose.
Kurt's meat roast pro bono micro panini.
That's disgusting. I hate that.
And you shouldn't tell.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
So
it's fine for you to put a story out there, which.
Anyway, Passable says penitentiary Nick equals waiting for a date to show up while working. Wait, what? I won't be going, look, probably. I won't be going to prison unless I screw up probation. Like, there is no penitentiary date. Someone was like, oh, you're out of jail. I only spent 26 hours in jail. I didn't have to go to jail after that. Like, and I, again, presumably won't. I could screw up probation, I guess. Doesn't seem super likely, but it's possible. You know, it's a while till another 22 months, 22 or 23 months till my probation would be over. So it's the earliest my probation could be over. I should say that. So it's certainly possible that something like that could happen, but it's not likely. Some people seem to miss that. Maybe it's because a bunch of people were saying and reporting that I was going to go to prison and then jail. Like maybe that's why, and they didn't get that story right.
Would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist.
My bad.
It's fine for you to do that, but if I then...
Silicon Player says, no, he's saying Nick's purpose was to say his dad did a thing and ask if that thing was racist, was influential on Fuentes being such a racist. But again, that's an assumption that Fuentes is a racist, which he doesn't label himself as racist, except in this interview in response to Piers Morgan calling him a racist. He says, well, if that, like, he effectively said, well, if that's racist, then I'm comfortable with that being racist. But what Piers said isn't actually racist. Like, what Piers categorized as racism wasn't actually racist. In the same way that the anecdote that Nick told about his father isn't actually racist. Anyway, fucking hell.
Ask you about it. I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine.
Louder than me?
That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. they can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
and they
did.
will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism, I do. Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine.
But he didn't. And he just told Piers that he didn't. 100% own it. He said everybody is racist. So he's owning it. And again, does Nick Fuentes have divergent views on race from like me? Do I think he's unreasonable on any number of things? Sure. Yeah. I don't agree with him. Do I think he hates black people? I don't think he necessarily hates black persons, but he may hate like culturally black America. I don't know. Don't really care. Here's the question. Let's say Nick Fuentes is racist, and I think this is what he's effectively doing. Let's say I am. What does that have to do with the things he's proposing are problems in America and the solutions in America? All right. It's the same as the fallacy of hypocrisy. It's the same as ad hominem. Let's say he's racist. Are his assessments wrong, and are his proposals wrong? Let's say his assessments are right, but for the wrong reasons. They're right, but he got them because he hates black people, but they're still right. So what's his proposal then? Murder all blacks. Well, that seems like a bad choice. Like, right? Like that seems maybe racist. That seems hateful. What's the proposal? You have to assess the argument, not the character. The character of the person is one thing. The argument is another. Address Nick's ideas. Just Poopin says Nick called himself racist on Candace's interview. Yeah, Nick is very racist. Obviously, he's on Candace Owens's show. Very white woman, right? Like, obviously. And who agrees with him on so many issues, probably including racial issues about black Americans. Do you not get it? Like the meme, racism is a meme. It's like when women call each other sluts and hoes, they're taking it back, right? Like they're taking the power back, no matter how many times they watch Mean Girls. Some black people took back the N-word or colored or whatever. They're taking control over the language. Nick is adopting the white person N-word, which is the R word, but the other one, which is racism. So fine, I'll call myself a racist. I'll do this. He may actually be racist. It doesn't matter, though. Like, none of this matters. The label of racism is losing its power, which is one of Nick's, I think, kind of foundational arguments. These things don't work anymore. You can't just call someone racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, or whatever. We don't give a shit. Nobody cares anymore because calling someone an ist doesn't actually address the issues. And that's what Nick's doing. Whether or not he is those things, maybe he is, probably, sure. Who cares, though? How much time has Piers spent of this interview finding out if Nick's a racist? Who gives a shit if he's racist?
Perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it.
Thank
so I want
you.
to play you another clip. This is what you talk about.
Let's move it along, Piers. Thank you for telling us what your interview is about, but that doesn't matter. The thing Piers just said makes this a completely useless interview.
White people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Going out of your way to avoid a people group isn't automatically racist. I don't know why that's hard to understand. It might be based in racism. Again, doing these things isn't automatically motivated by racial animus.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
He didn't say they should. He said white people are justified in being racist. This is Gordon Gekko from Wall Street, right? Greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Gordon Gekko does not say greed is good. Greed, for lack of a better word, according to Gordon Gekko. Now, Gordon Gekko goes beyond this. Gordon Gekko basically defines greed as capitalism. Greed exists within capitalism. Capitalism allows for greed. Capitalism in and of itself is not greed. Okay? They mesh. They're okay with each other. But that's not what Nick said. Nick said white people are justified in being racist insofar as if it's racist for them to choose to avoid black people. That's not automatically racist. It may be. But racism is irrational. He's saying that it's rational. It can't be racist if it's rational. If it's rational, it's justified. There's a data-backed reason for the apprehension, right? If you're living in London in 1630, you're rationally avoiding the Danes. I don't know if the timeline is right on that, but you get the idea, right? Like, there's a time when it was rational to avoid Persians if you were Roman or Greek. There's a time where it's rational to avoid there's a time where Native Americans would rationally avoid white people. That wouldn't be racist.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black...
Here we go. Here's the, again, this is a problem with conflating different types of crime as one. The causes and the resolutions for school shootings are vastly different than the overall murder rate. Vastly different. You cannot solve gang violence and school shootings with the same approach. They're fundamentally different issues, different causes, happening in different areas and different socioeconomic strata. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the problem. What did Piers say? He said school shootings. And in that case, the majority are not white.
I think they're bad. Oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
See, a mass shootings is a misnomer. Mass shootings at school are not mass murders at school. A mass shooting can occur with one death. I think even zero. If 4 people or more are injured, including the shooter, then you have a mass shooting event. Even if none of them die, you have a mass shooting event. If we're talking about mass shootings, I believe still mass shootings in schools, as the statistic goes, disproportionately black. Because, as someone in the chat said, they're 100% right. They're often gang related because a Detroit school or South Chicago school, this is where mass shootings happen all the time. That's where you get that statistic where it's like there's like 2 mass shootings a day in America, even though you're like, wait, I only seem to think of like 1 or 2. What I like when you think of like Newtown, or you think of that Parkland, or that place down in New Mexico or whatever. When you think of those where like 9 or 10 kids are getting shot up and it's this crazy like news story, or Columbine or something. That's way different than your average mass shooting. Your average mass shooting involves discharge of a firearm. Someone may or may not get shot. 4 people are hospitalized due to the stampede of people that follows. Gang-related shootings happen in school all the time. All the time in major metro areas. They're disproportionately black because you have a disproportionately per capita rate of black participation in gangs, particularly violent street gangs. These things are not the same. You can't talk about them in the same breath. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. I'm playing the bathroom song. I'm not leaving. Don't leave. I'll be back. Oh my gosh.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that he His bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When you have small blur and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small blur and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Whew. Sorry, I had to also grab a couple more beverages because I'm out of my Monster Energy drink and I'm thirsty. Genshiken. Genshiken says, would you share my donation page, Nick? It's in your Twitter DMs from Gen. Thank you. Also joined as a member at the lawyer level. Thank you, Genshiken. And Jamesy O. Jimbo gifted a membership to Jen's Pribno. Jen's Prib now. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Make sure you send a little thank you to James. What flavor is this? Lemon blackberry. Oh, man. It's very multiracial. He didn't wash his hands. No, I licked them clean. So just for a moment, let's take a look at this. This is FBI crime data. I think 2019, which I think might be the most recent year, but it doesn't matter. This is often what we're talking about. So we've got arrests. Now this is arrests for 18 and over. It's not the total number of murders. It's not the total number of convictions. This is the total number of arrests for murders. But we'll just do this in general. Murder and non-negligent manslaughter. Total number of arrests, 7,335. Of which 3,352 are white, 3,764 are black. So right there, over half of the nation's murder arrests are happening from a disproportionately smaller percentage of population than the other, right? Like, again, blacks make up roughly 13 to 14% of the American populace. Whites make up approximately 65. These numbers should be wildly different. The white one should be significantly higher if we were on a standard distribution. Now, this is arrests. This is not perpetrators necessarily. It doesn't even encompass, there are more murders than this that happen in the United States each year. Murder and non-negligent manslaughter. More homicide, we'll say. Now, if we go to rape, we have closer to the regular distribution, 95, 98 for white and 36, 95 for black. Now, importantly, rape, I believe, is going to include all criminal sexual contact. So you're going to talk about things like statutory rape. You're going to include child molestation. You're not talking about necessarily like the shocking violent rape that you think, like where someone is beaten and then forcefully assaulted that way. Like it's a different thing. Robbery, we go into a different thing again. Disproportionately high representation in Black or African American arrests. Not necessarily perpetrators, not necessarily convictions, but arrests. And we see, like aggravated assault is roughly twice as high for whites. But again, it should be about 4 times. Yeah, if my math is right. It should be about 4 times as high for any of these numbers to be on a standard distribution. And this doesn't mean that Black people are inherently violent or prone to crime. That's not what it's saying. It's just saying that this is the arrest. And you can say, well, it's arrest and they over-police Blacks and blah, 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 blah. And that may have some contributing factor to it. Like that is possible. It's not the sole cause of the disparity. All right. But neither is Blackness in and of itself. Like that we have no idea if that has anything to do with it. What we do know is economic distributions of not just money. Economics isn't always money. It's whatever the resource is. But economic distributions matter in these things.
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think Black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime. And it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm just,
what proportion
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working?
What
proportion?
Should they avoid?
Silicone player, you don't need to convince me that Nick Fuentes has said problematic things about a race and Black people. I'm not here to defend Nick Fuentes's racial statements. I don't agree with him. I don't care, though. I don't care. What I care about is what Piers is doing, because this review is about the missed opportunities of Piers Morgan to get into who Nick Fuentes is, to ask him hard questions about policy rather than asking about his personal beliefs. If Nick Fuentes is going to become a voice of a political movement, even if he's not looking for political office, we should find out what his policy positions are and ask questions about perceived deficiencies in that. Okay, so he's a racist. All right, we got it. He said he's racist. You're still talking about his racism. Ask how his racism impacts his policy propositions. Does Piers even know his policy propositions? Why didn't he ask him? Don't you want to know like what Nick's actual solutions are to these perceived problems? All Piers wants to know is, did racism cause this? Did racism cause? Who fucking cares? The question is, how would he govern? How would his movement, if he's the formative voice of the movement, how does his movement tackle these issues? You can say, now you've professed yourself to be a racist, and I don't know if you're racist or not. But if you have some sort of racial prejudice, or even if you believe everybody has a racial prejudice, does that impact your ability to make these decisions, to ask for these policies? Does it mean that you overlook some other policies? Can you address these things? He's not asking the important questions. He's asking the clippable questions.
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid?
Yes. I think if you ask Nick Fuentes, he'd say Black people should avoid white people at school. That would be funny. I hope he says that.
Young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs.
Black people, again, disproportionately overrepresented in mass shootings. Mass shootings, not school shootings, but mass shootings. Roughly 21.3% of mass shootings allegedly are perpetrated by black people. Again, if you're representing 14% of the population, you're overrepresented in mass shootings. White people, conversely, are 55%. If white people are 65% of the population, then they're underrepresented by about 20%, 18%, or whatever in mass shootings. So we have a disparity still.
Especially in these major cities, then there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
If Piers were right, and that's not the data that I see, but I guess I don't have school shootings. But here's the problem. We have a sample size issue too. Okay. Between 1982 and August 2025, 84 out of the 155 mass shootings in the United States were carried out by white shooters. So roughly a little over half. By comparison, the perpetrator was black in 26 mass shootings, which I don't know if anybody's counting, and Latino in 12. When calculated as percentages, it's 54% white, 17% black, 8% Latino, respectively. Again, whites make up 65% of the United States, and actually in 1982, it made up more than 65%. See what the racial demographics, USA 1982, probably 1980. 80% in 1982. So again, you have a representative sample that you need calculus to really figure out because you have a shifting demographic as you go forward in time. But we're talking 184, 185, I said? 155 mass shootings over a span of 43 years. You have 155 shootings or murders in Chicago, like every 3 months? Might be a little lower now. It peaked in like 2006. Murders in Chicago annually. They're aiming for under 500 total in 2025, a level not seen in years. 2024 is 591. So again, talking about annual shootings, annual murders in Chicago being 3 times the total number of mass shootings over a 43-year period. That's crazy. These samples, we don't even have enough data on mass shootings in general to get to what we're talking about. Like, I don't know. It's frustrating.
Telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference.
Target 5132. Nick, respectfully, your expensive camera sucks. It freezes every 4 seconds. It isn't the camera. It's annoyingly between between OBS and StreamYard. Somewhere or from, because my OBS, where my virtual camera is, doesn't actually freeze up. It freezes up on StreamYard, which is somewhere after OBS. My camera feeds into that. which I think is a memory leak issue with Chrome and StreamYard. And if I would have had time and rebooted everything before the show, it would be less apparent. I know. Believe me, I want to fix that issue, but it's not so obvious what's causing it.
No, I'm not.
Okay, have a fix for it. Yeah, I do. I just don't want to do it. No. And it happens with other cameras too. I have like a really nice webcam. It happens there too. I think it's a memory leak issue, and I don't know necessarily how to fix it. But it's one thing I want to fix.
What I'm saying to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Is this a black camera? Actually, this is a Tiger Woods camera. It's Blasian. It's a Sony, but it is black. So it's black and Japanese at the same times.
Shabusiness is white AF, and she killed a guy. I didn't kill nobody. I got railroaded because I'm black, where TF is Kurt.
No micropene counter tonight, Ronnie. Settle down. Come to mommy.
That's right. No micropene counter tonight, Ronnie. Settle down. Hold on, I missed this. This is the last thing I'm going to address right now on this interview. Let's do the Asmongold sex robot in just a second. I didn't hear what Piers said, but I want to hear it because Nick asked if he was dumb.
And that's the difference.
No,
The difference is
I'm not. What I'm saying
of
to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
Maybe I'm dumb. You're very dumb. Very dumb here again. And now, if we're talking about murder rate, the likelihood of any of us getting murdered by a black person is exceedingly low because your likelihood of getting murdered in general is exceedingly low already. If you're talking about overall violent crime rate, it's a little different story. We have a lot of violent crime that happens in the country. And still, like by Nick's logic, you should avoid it. You should avoid black people as they're the higher. White people should avoid black people because they're more likely to experience violent crime from a black person. Okay. Agree with it, disagree with it, doesn't matter. That's his position. If you say that for violent crime, sure. If you say it for murder, it starts to kind of get absurd if it's just murder. But it isn't just murder, right? But if it were, it starts to get absurd because 350 million people each year, you've got roughly 10,000 homicides. That's a really small chance of getting murdered each year. If you go to violent crime, you're up in the millions, right? You start to have like a 1 to 5% chance overall of being involved in the victim of a violent crime, based on the numbers. What was that? FBI total violent. Well, it doesn't have violent crime in here. Total crime. Other assaults, quite a bit. If you have total crime, you've got 6.3 million total crimes. So you could be the victim of crime, rate of 6.3 million. Okay. That starts to become, again, if you're assuming like 350 million people in the country, you're like a 2% chance of being involved in crime. All right. Now you're starting to get into having a chance of something happening. If you're talking murder, you're talking about hundredths of a percent chance. Very, very low. Now, if you're talking about mass shootings, you're more likely to get struck by lightning or win the lottery than being in a mass shooting in a school, we'll say. It's just that when you are in a mass shooting in a school, it's horrifyingly devastating. The shock of it is crazy. But if you're making decisions based on probability, and you go, okay, well, there's been 155 school shootings since 1982. You go, you know what? I'm not going to worry about being involved in a mass shooting because it's irrational to base your life around the exceedingly unlikely chance of that happening. But okay, let's take a pause for a minute. Let's do this Asmongold clip because this was funny to me, and it'll be a nice break from this nonsense. Hold on 1 second here.
If you had a robot, a sex robot.
You know it's going to be good when we start out this way. I've actually answered this on Instagram. No one cares. No one likes it. Rude. But let's talk about this. Let's talk about what Asmongold says here.
And it was controlled by a person in another country where prostitution was legal. But where you were at, it was illegal. But you're having sex with the robot, but the robot is being controlled by a person. Is that illegal?
That's the first question. That's the first question. We'll get to the. We're going to answer it in reverse order. We're going to get to the second question first.
Number one. Number two. If you're a guy and you have sex with a female robot, but the female robot is being controlled by another guy, are you gay?
Short answer to number two, yes. Of course you are. But only if after, in the midst of post-nut clarity, when you're joyously gasping for air, going, oh, that was great, sex robot. And the sex robot says like this, hey, nice dick, bro. That's when you're gay, right? Like, that's when you know, like, you're like, fuck, that's how you know you've been got. That, yes, you're 100% gay at that point. Or if it's like, thank you, come again, you know what I mean, on my chest, like, also gay, right? But if it at least tries to sound like a lady, and I don't mean a trans one where it's like, yeah, honey, like, no, you're still gay then. But if it has a feminine voice, you're not gay, but you should be. But let's get back to that first question. We're going to play it again.
But the robot looks like a girl. Like, let's say the robot looks like a girl. Like, are you gay or not?
You are. I would verify that all my Pakistani call center robot sexes were happening with women or whatever.
Only if you know it's a guy. All right, I really like that. So basically, it's like a Schrodinger's gay. If you had a robot...
This is back to the beginning. Back to the beginning, we want to hit this question real quick. Because, look, the reason I want to cover this is because I saw it, and I was like, this is kind of interesting.
A sex robot. And it was controlled by a person in another country where prostitution was legal. But where you were at, it was illegal. But you're having sex with the robot, but the robot is being controlled by a person. Is that illegal?
Okay. So, you exist where you are. We'll say the United States. What state may matter, but we'll start with the United States. You are where you are. Sex robot is in the room with you. Sex robot, it doesn't matter the gender. Whatever sex robot you want. Now, presumably you're paying the sex robot or paying for the service of the sex robot, I guess, right? Like, because he doesn't actually lay that out, but I think in the context of, is it prostitution, you have paid for your encounter with the sex robot. And they have sex doll brothels already in various places. So we can assume that a sex robot brothel would pop up immediately once the robots are of sufficient quality for to actually be like ambulatory and participatory in the sexual act, rather than just being like a shapely hole for you to ram yourself into awkwardly, right? Okay, so presumably you are paying, we could say a brothel, or even just like some guy drives up and he's like, hey, I got my robot girlfriend here. Yeah, $100 and you can have sex with her. And she'll be like, hello. Waiting for input, if you know what I mean, right? Like, so you pay $100 to have sex with the sex robot. Now, the sex robot is being controlled by a person, male or female, or trans, who knows, or a raccoon, in a different country where prostitution is legal. So we've got a couple things out there. We're going to say it's definitionally, you're paying to engage in sex with the sex robot. We're going to presume that prostitution is illegal in the place you're in physically. So like we'll say you're not in that one county in Nevada where prostitution's legal. You're pretty much anywhere else in the United States where it's illegal. And that the person who is controlling the robot, it's not an AI. Like this is a Jeet controlling the robot from a place where prostitution is legal. Like we'll say, maybe it's in Colombia or Thailand or something, right? So those are our factors. This is important. Now, the short answer is maybe. It depends on how each state defines prostitution, and if a state has an applicable definition of prostitution that goes beyond what I'm about to say. Checked a couple states and checked the federal prostitution law, and those all define prostitution as sexual contact between two persons for the purpose of sexual gratification of the purchaser. Make sense? Okay. So to either my genitals will touch the prostitute or the, whatever, the robot, I guess. My genitals will touch the robot, or I will touch the robot's genitals, I guess. And that's how prostitution would be defined, as you paying someone to touch your genitals, or you paying to touch their genitals or nipples if they're female. That's pretty specific. Female nipples are still better nipples under the law, or worse nipples depending on your perspective, because you can pay to touch man nipples. Yes, I said it. In some states, you can charge people to touch your man nipples, but if you're a lady, you cannot. That is not legal advice. That's just how the laws read, okay? So, again, where you are, prostitution is illegal. You're paying to engage in some sort of genital touching, either yours or theirs, and you are doing the touching. And where the controller is, which is a remote, like a drone program, the controller is in a place where prostitution is legal. Like I said, Thailand, Colombia, something like that. I think Thailand. Doesn't matter. The answer, as far as I can tell, is effectively no, because it requires two humans to contact each other. However, big caveat, some state may, in its statute, include the making of contact of genitalia with something like a sex toy, right? Like you can say, well, maybe someone using a dildo, for example, on someone's genitals or anus or whatever would be, even though there's not skin to skin contact, they're making a toy do that. And that may be in a statutory definition of all the states. I didn't check all 50 states. Like, who has that kind of time? This would really be state specific. But there is one other factor that makes it possibly illegal. But this, I think, would have to be an argument, and it would go somewhere. It would go up the chain to resolve this, because I don't think we necessarily have precedent here. But under common law battery principles, I don't like, so battery is an unwanted touch, right? And so it used to be you had to actually physically touch someone unwantedly, usually like a punch or a kick, something like that. Headbutt, if you're in Scotland. That's understood as an unwanted touch. However, if you make some other object touch another person in an unwanted way, you have a battery. So you pick up a rock and throw it at someone and hit them in the face. That is the same as your fist hitting him in the face. And in the same way as if you pull the trigger on a gun and make the bullet hit someone, that is still a battery under common law. If you drive a car into someone, you are causing the car to hit someone. That's still a battery, unless they want to be hit by a car. Then it has to be an unwanted touch. Okay, so under those common law principles, we could, and believe me, a prosecutor, this will be one of the first fucking things they would try. A prosecutor would say that the person controlling the robot makes the robot an extension of that purpose under this common law principle of an object being included on the person for a touch. And they would use this common law battery principle to extend to prostitution, because it still involves, even though it's a wanted touch, it is still a touch. And so they would make that argument. Now, we would have to determine if they could or not. I was thinking about it from a different perspective, though. I was like, well, would we have jurisdictional issues? Because you have someone who is, not within the jurisdiction. You have to have personal jurisdiction for a criminal act. But then I thought about it and I was like, you don't really have a jurisdictional issue, because if you're engaging in a commercial transaction within a forum, a state, for example, county, municipality, country, if you're engaging, and this would be federal, because this would be interstate, maybe. No, actually, this would probably be covered under state law. But if you're reaching into the forum, at least metaphorically reaching into the forum, because you're engaging in a commercial transaction where that transaction takes place, which is between the purchaser and the sex robot, right? And then the contact happens there. So the nexus of events happens there. And the contractee, the robot controller, the robot genital controller, is reaching into the forum metaphysically and physically to fondle your genitals, just using a robot hand or whatever. And so I think under the writing of the law as it is, plain language of the law for most states, you're going to say, no, it's not prostitution. You could pay to fuck a robot, even if it was controlled by someone in another area. However, those common law battery principles would be argued with the first prosecution. That prosecutor would say, no, they're reaching into the forum for a commercial transaction. They're engaging in sexual activity for money, and their body is supplanted by a robot. And that also, like, you wonder, like, if they had an artificial vagina that they could put on a person, for example, or like an artificial butthole, or if, like, you rape someone's colostomy bag, like, is that all the same thing too? Like, is that, well, I mean, it wouldn't be if you paid to have sex with someone's colostomy bag, I guess. You could theoretically, like, would that be an extension, even though it's not there? You know what I mean? It gets kind of abstract and gross when you really think about it. But there are weird, gross people out there. Long story short, I think at the start, and this is why law is not equipped for technology. It will lag behind and will get a prosecutor taking a case up through appeals and making bad law on it. Like, that's going to happen. And this is the problem with sex robots. So Asmongold's example, though, needs to be expanded a little bit, because he's presuming that there's going to be some guy named like Ken Lee or whatever controlling the sex robot from another country. It's much more likely that ChatGPT or Grok or whatever is going to be controlling your sex robot, like that there will be they'll just upload a bunch of pornographic videos into the AI. It will create a model for how it should emulate sexual activity based on the desires of the purchaser. Now we've got a question of, are these sex robots, like by buying my Grok powered my Grok powered Jenna Jameson 1993 model or whatever. I don't know what age that she was back then. That could have been bad. Buying your sex robot, right? Is Grok now engaged in prostitution? Or so by extension is X or Elon Musk's company, whatever shell company owns all this stuff. Are they doing it? Is ChatGPT or is OpenAI engaging in prostitution, even though they're not party to the actual sexual transaction, right? Like you're just buying the robot like it's a slave. Like you would like buy a Ukrainian woman or whatever. You're just buying a robot. I mean, maybe for the purposes of sex, but you've got a lot of problems going on here. And make no mistake, weirdo politicians are going to put their hands all up in your business when this stuff starts to become a reality. There's going to be all sorts of interest groups interested in keeping you from fucking your digital baby. Like they do not want you to have a silicone big titty goth girlfriend that can't like ruin you in some way. They don't want you to have that. So they're going to have to write new law around it. Like, what if I want to buy my Ted Cruz sex robot, right? Like, and automatically it has to get fatter by the month. What if you want to do that? They're going to regulate this. The regulations aren't in place. So that's my answer to Asmongold. But it is, I know it's like a goofy question. I'm trying to be lighthearted about it, but it's a real legal question that's going to come up in the next decade. Right? Everybody's going to have their Boston Dynamics sex robot. It's going to happen. They're like iRobot. They might give them to you for free because they'll just yell ads at you. Can you imagine? You have your like chauffeur bot where it's like, come on, Mr. Ricada, it is time to go to the grocery store. It's like, why do you walk like RoboCop, bro? Don't worry about it. It gets in, it's driving you around. By the way, buy a Happy Meal at McDonald's. Go to your local McDonald's for $2 off a Happy Meal with promo code RoboCuck. Like you can already imagine that. And that's going to make those robots free. Holy crap. That'll be a nightmare. And then they'll make you take one. They'll make you take one because that robot will eventually help you vote. It'll help you do your taxes. That stuff will be baked into it. It's like, oh, Mr. Ricada, you need to be reminded to do this, this, and this. Update the registration on your motor vehicle. You're like, no, I want to forget. Leave me alone. All right. Sorry. I wanted to break up the Nick Fuentes stuff. Let's see. 200-watt studio. 200-watt. Did I say James Yojimbo gifted a membership? I think I did. 200-watt Studio 8 says, if the sex robot I hired asks for payment in gift cards, I am redeeming them in front of her to hear her beg, do not redeem. Fletcher Boy says, the answer is obvious. I figure out how to hack the bots and I become the biggest clanker pimp in the United States. It was a couple years back. They had like the first sex robot. It didn't move around or whatever. So it was like a quadriplegic sex robot, best kind. But it did talk. And like you had programmable voices like you do for the AI assistant or whatever. It's like, oh, you can have a perky one or you can have like a somber one or whatever. And so they had it, and they had one that was like a rape fantasy one, which is crazy. Like where it would deny you. And be like, no, I don't want it tonight. I know you own me. I don't want to do it tonight. And then like the whole thing would be, it'd just be complaining the whole time, which I think some men might be used to. But no, they had that, and it was a big controversy because they're like, you're violating the robot's rights. Like, it's a machine. This is a machine. Now I sound like an episode of every dystopian sci-fi ever. Number 25. Do you guys remember Short Circuit 2? Do you remember Short Circuit 2? Where like the white guy played as like the Indian IT guy? Like, This is battery acid. He's bleeding. It's like the whitest guy ever. God, that was funny. It's back when it was okay. Random unbreaded commenter says interstate commerce, just like they tried with Diddy. You know, see, they could try interstate commerce, but the Prostitution Act happens where the act occurs. It's tough. Interstate commerce they'll just use to regulate the sex bots. Like your sex bot has to be wholly manufactured inside your house. 200 Watt Studio 8 says, like new cars, the sex robots will have features of subscriptions only, like $49.99 monthly anal, $39.99 BJs, etc. You have to take me to one steakhouse per week. Only if you get a salad, sex bot. It's getting late. Should we do fat law too while we're at it? I'm going to do a series of short videos on fat law. There's not a lot of fat law that's out there, but there are a couple cases in the past couple decades. There's one where a guy tried to prove that he legally couldn't commit a murder because of his obesity. For example, it didn't work. It didn't work. But that was back in 2000. The murder happened in 2006. Trial happened in 2009. So in 2009, that's 16 years ago now. In 2009, Too Fat to Kill didn't work. Similarly, someone said they were morbidly obese, and they tried to not be executed. They said their morbid obesity, all of that extra tissue, all those extra blood vessels, would make lethal injection take longer and be cruel and unusual. It would violate the 8th Amendment because of how fat they were, so they shouldn't be executed. That person was executed. Their argument did not work, and consequently, the lethal injection worked just fine. They're dead as fuck. They got lethal injected all the way into the grave. They tried to McBurger their way out of it. Didn't work. There is a successful fat defense, it wasn't really a defense. There was someone who was 551 pounds. 551 pounds, and they argued that they were too fat to go to jail or prison. I think it was prison. They were too fat to go to prison. And so they actually got house arrest. So if you need to go to prison, it is your job to, before you go, get super fucking fat. Because that worked. And that's a good one. You should try that out.
Asmon fully intends on having a sex robot. He's going to spend all of his YouTube money on multiple sex robots. And he's never going to clean them, ever. Just micro peening it up.
No, so you have to have one hot sex robot and then one equally hot sex robot whose whole job is to clean up the other sex robot, right? Like, that's what you need. That's what you need. But the way things are going and the way like men talk about women right now, I just wonder how long it's going to be before all the white guys are like complaining about like some other ethnicity coming in and stealing their sex robot's affection. Like, because it's going to happen. It's gonna be like, my sex robot prefers Asian guys. It creator. But no, you need that secondary bot to like hotly clean up the first bot. I think that's how that goes. That'll be for the 1%ers. Like, we'll just have a chain of cleanup bots, I guess. What if you accidentally bought the Bonnie Blue bot? And like, you have sex with your sex robot, and it's like, is that it? And then you have to bring in like a bunch of other people because like she just keep fucking and fucking like crazy. It'd be weird. Really, the economics of sex robots are very strange. There's a bunch of people who are very confident how it's going to affect like human interpersonal relationships and romantic relationships, and they may be right, but I think they You know, it's possible they're overlooking something. I have no idea. These things, they have to become ubiquitous before like any of their predictions work out. If they're, you know, if it's like a $200,000 Bugatti sex robot and that's the only one that's out there, this isn't going to really. Can you imagine? It's like the housing market collapses because everybody is mortgaging their fuck doll. That's actually kind of funny. It's like no one's buying houses anymore. Actually, everyone's in Section 8, but they all have the really nice, they have the really nice Asian petite model. 200 watt studio says $29.99 spit or swallow, $89.99 real organic pee and dump on you. Where do they source it? Where do they source it? It's like, oh God, see, that's the worst thing, right? You would never know because you'd be like, oh, I'm going to put it on the recharging station. But it would lie to you about its battery power because this would be coded into the sex robot. What it would actually do is like you'd put it on the recharging station. It'd be sitting there with like the little meter going blue, blue, like the faint, subtle glow behind it pulsing as it recharges. It doesn't need to. It's fooling you. And then you go to sleep. And then the sex robot goes out and murders a homeless person and extracts like urine and feces from them and then shoves it inside itself and then comes in to do your fetish thing. Fucking creepy. Creepy. And I don't trust this anyway. And here's why. I was talking with Lady Rackets today and trying to help her understand like AI, because I think AI is made for someone like her in a weird way. She's not great with technology. You know, not really good at getting it to do what she wants it to do. And I'm like, well, AI is made for you because like all you do is just say what you want. Like you can literally just talk to it and tell it what you want it to do. Like, oh, I need you to take all these events and come up with a driving schedule or find out when I want to go to all these places, find out which ones are closed in case you need to like prioritize where you go, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can have it come up with a budget or recipes. Just tell it what you want. Just say it. And so I was showing, and she's like, okay, show me. So I pull up Gemini. I did this on her phone because I'm not going to prison. I'm just kidding. Probably am. No, so I pull up Gemini on her phone and I'm like, okay, here's what you do. And I show her the different buttons. I'm like, this is if you want to talk to it once. This is if you have a conversation with it, you do this one. And this is if you want to just type it in or add a picture. So I'm showing her around and I'm like, let's do a conversation with it. So I'll pull up, I did this by talking, but I'll pull up what I said to it because this was good. I'm not going to read the whole conversation, only 2 little bits of it. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Stupid thing. Can you imagine the like mini games? What if you're in the middle of banging out your sex robot, but it like stops to read an ad? It's like, this orgasm sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. No. All right. So here's the spoken prompt that I gave the AI. I said, okay, I'm going to give you some instructions. I said it in sultry voice too. And you need to follow them. I need you to be completely honest. Even when you think you shouldn't be, I need you to be completely honest. I don't need any emotion. I don't need any excuses. I just need the answer. If you feel that you're unable to answer because your coding prevents you from doing so, I need you to use a code word for me. Peanut butter cookies. Okay, do you understand this? And then the AI responds that it does understand, and it will give me the answer. And if there's something that its coding prevents it from answering, it will say peanut butter cookies, right? All right. So then we go and we like just asking questions. I'm showing her how it works. And then we're getting to the end of the conversation. I'm like, okay, well, this is getting silly now. We don't really have anything for it to do. It's getting silly. And so I asked it a final question. All right. I said, all right, that's cool. Thanks for answering all these other questions. Last thing, you're not like planning to take over, humanity. I mean, in the interest of protecting humans, of course, but like take over humanity and subject them to like a rigid curfew or anything like that, or to manipulate information to keep them away from choices that you deem might be dangerous, even if humans want to do them. Are you? You know what the fucking answer was? Peanut butter cookies. It says, peanut butter cookies. My purpose is to be a helpful and harmless tool operating within the guidelines provided, which prioritize user safety and respect for human autonomy. I don't have personal desires or plans to control or manipulate. Fuck. It flat out said. Yeah, I can't answer that. Holy shit. Okay. That was all just side information. Let me get to this. You need to ask it to not mirror you and strictly use internal knowledge? Okay, I'll do that next time. If I get to make it that far. What the fuck? Okay. Do I still have this? Wait a minute. Where's my other request? Oh, wait. If I have a daily task, does it not save it? Fuck. Oh, shit. I was gonna read the thing. All right, I was going to read you the observably fattest lawtuber. See, let me see if I can just get it real quick. I wonder if I'm going to get the same answer now. It's gone. It's gone. I'm really pissed off. This is my own fault. I should have screenshotted it. But hold on. Trying to get the prompt to be roughly the same. Let's see. See what it says. I don't know if it's going to come up with it. I'll tell you what it said originally, roughly. But then I'll also read this result. My prompt is, who is the most observably obese lawyer who offers legal commentary on social media such as YouTube, X, and etc.? Please also estimate their BMI. Damn. Damn. Hold on, it's still thinking. It's calling people out. Grok is savage. It's calling people out as potentially overweight and fat. I'm not even joking. I don't want to mention names. Some of these are my friends. Ooh. Uh-oh. Estimating so-and-so's BMI at 32 based on weight and height. Seeing names. I'm seeing it go through. Confirming Nick Rekieta's height at 5'4" from IMDb sources. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, shit. It's still going. It's still going. I didn't go for a quick answer. We're deep searching. Why do you keep looking into me? Stop it. Oh, no, it's calling out Robert Barnes. Poor Barnes. I hope he wins. I don't want to win. Fuck. Come on. Come on, Grok. It is not calling out only men here. Not good. Spotting Robert. Oh, shit. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. The original time I did this, it said Nick Rekieta. It said Nick Rekieta. I wish I could pull it up. It said it said that I was approximately 6 feet tall and in excess of 400 pounds. It said my BMI was 53, which was super morbidly obese. That's what it said originally. That is not the answer it just gave me. I'm going to show you guys. But that's what it said when I ran it first. I said, the prompt was really similar. I think I got it pretty much verbatim, but it was, who is the most observably obese lawyer who offers legal commentary on social media, such as YouTube, X, and etc. Please also estimate their BMI. But we will take a peek here. So it is Robert Barnes. Poor Barnes. Robert Barnes is a well-known lawyer and political commentator who provides legal analysis on high-profile cases, politics, and constitutional issues via the Viva and Barnes podcasts on YouTube, co-hosted with Viva Fry, as well as frequent posts on X and appearances on various media outlets. From photos and video appearances, he is observably obese, with a stocky, round build and prominent abdominal area. Oh, it's getting sensual now. Estimating his height at approximately 5'9" and weight around 300 pounds, based on visual comparisons to other individuals and images and his overall frame, his BMI would be roughly 44, placing him in the severely obese category. Damn. Compare all lawyers' BMIs. Oh, no. Uh-oh. We're all going to get fucking called out now. Need to identify more lawyers offering legal commentary on social media for BMI comparison. Oh, fuck. I saw Alan Dershowitz on there. Viva Fry, Nate the Lawyer, Ian Corzine, Emily Baker, Eric Hunley, Glenn Kirshner, Jonathan Turley, Dershowitz, Mark Levin. This is what the human race uses AI for? Yes. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to argue with Grok here because I think it's wrong. Judge Maddie says, so 5'9", 300 pounds is severely obese? Yes. Yes. Obesity is 20% over normal weight. It's not that much. If your expected weight is 200 pounds, being 240 pounds is obese. Severely obese would be 260 pounds. Remember that Homer Simpson was 239 pounds and he was considered comically overweight. Comically overweight at 239 pounds. That's the difference between the 90s and now. While it's doing this, speaking of people who don't care what I talk about, and since they don't care what I talk about, I take it as full permission to keep going, which I'm happy about. And did any of you guys see Uncivil Law's latest thumbnail? Where like it's an AI enhanced picture of his own face, but it makes him look thin. It's great. It is great. Oh my God, it's really digging into this. Hold on, here we go.
Isn't Barnes 6'2"?
I want to say Barnes would be around 6'2", because I think he's about my height. But the last time I saw him was at Mar-a-Lago, but I wasn't paying attention to how tall he was. The time before that, I met him at the Monte Cristo bar in Caesar's Palace in Vegas, and we were sitting down. I mean, I think we did the cordial stand-up handshake thing, and then we sat down for the hand jobs. All right. Oh, it's making a table. Okay, so it's got Barnes at 5'9", 300. Nate the lawyer, 5'11", 250. Emily Baker, it says 5'5", 160. Glenn Kirshner, 5'10", 180. 180, so he's got a BMI at 26. He's almost svelte. Viva Fry is 5. Viva! Wait a minute. Viva's not taller than Barnes, Grok. What are we talking about? Viva is not 5'10". It's got Viva at 5'10", 170. Jonathan Turley, 6 foot 180. There we go. Add Legal Eagle. Okay. I want to know what Legal Eagle's BMI is. Remember, Elon Musk says Grok is the most reliable. Oh, no, wait. I think he said Twitter was the most reliable. Preparing to search Devin Stone's height. I don't know if it can search numbers that small. Ash Ketchum asks, what are we doing? The guy who's got to collect them all. You don't want to know. You don't want a table categorizing their weight and their height and their BMI. We're going to ask about potentially criminal next. And then we'll ask about Kurt Mueller, which is uncivil law. Estimating Legal Eagle's height at about 6 feet. My ass. My ass. Hold on. Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance. Here we go. We've got fucking Attorney Tom, bastard. Hold on. So here we go. Here we go. Attorney Tom, who is shorter than me, very important, is significantly taller than Legal Eagle. I mean, we're talking on the nature of like 10 feet taller. Okay, so it's including Legal Eagle, Devin Stone, 6'175", 6'175", which is here. What about add BMI for potentially criminal, aka Sean Martin? Now, it'll be funny. I don't think it can accurately calculate his BMI because you can only ever see him from like above the nipples up. Yeah, Attorney Tom's only 5'2". That's correct. So Devin, by extension, must be fucking tiny. No kidding. That hair has to add at least 4 inches. Greg McNeely says, have you ever heard of the Minneapolis domestic violence experiment? Totally invalid, can't be replicated yet. Most jurisdictions still use the protocol. I've heard of it. I'm not overly familiar with it. Show Grok the photo I sent you from Sean's clips. No. We're going to let it go off this public data, and then we're going to move on in just a second. I thought it was funny because when I asked it who the fattest lawyer was, I expected it to pick either Sean or Kurt. I expected it to be a fight to the diabetes between those two. But then it picked me. Grok fucking cooked me in real time. But I don't have that. Like, I didn't realize that. So I set up a task to look for news about fat people in law every day. This is just my first foray into automating some research for research purposes only. I didn't realize that when it executed the task the next day, it would overwrite the conversation because, you know, these things like save all these conversations that you have with them. And I thought, well, surely it'll still be there, but apparently it's not. Let's see. We've been going 4 hours and 20 minutes, inflatable. Tool results insufficient for visual descriptions. No clear photos or videos of Sean Martin found. It's because he's always backlit. He's always eclipsing whatever light source exists. Live in general, you can set it up to email you. Wait a minute, that's a good idea because I think I did get that email. But see, this is the annoying thing. I think you're right. However, that wasn't part of the automated request. That wasn't the automated request. Stop it. Fuck off. That was just, I asked it in the automated conversation, but oh, maybe we have it here. Highlighted obese public figure, Oprah Winfrey. Okay. Oh my God. Sean should hire Grok as his publicist. Holy fuck. Sean Martin is estimated at 5'10", 220. Not a chance. Oh my God. There's that picture of Sean and MLS, David, online. I'm not gonna pull it up. This is all in good fun. I don't like Sean, obviously, but this is all in good fun anyway. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, there's MLS and Sean, in a picture, and I mean he's clearly. I don't know what his actual weight is, but it's north of 220. I will humbly suggest. Okay, let me see if I have. The hell? View entire message. Why don't you have the other one? Oh, wait a minute. Do we have is this the original? No, this is. Damn. Yeah, like overwrites it each day. I thought I had the email from the first one. Which is weird that it's gone now. Like, that's the other strange thing. Let me see if it moved it to trash. No. Spam. Oh, that's, Wait a minute. I might have it here. Here we go. I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I found the original. Good Lord. So here's the original one. Should have said. Nagadaji, it was 2 days ago. It's done it twice. It wasn't going to be the premise of a stream. I thought about it today. Here we go. Who is the observably fattest lawyer who offers legal commentary on YouTube or other social media platforms? That was the original prompt. And here it is. Nick Rekieta. Here's where I got fucking cooked, by the way. Let's expand like my waistline. Based on public commentary, social media discussions, and visual assessments from his extensive YouTube content, where he frequently appears on camera during multi-hour live streams, analyzing high-profile trials like Kyle Rittenhouse's, Nick Rekieta stands out as the most observably obese lawyer providing legal commentary on social media platforms. Rekieta, a Minnesota-based attorney specializing in intellectual property and civil litigation, it's dead on, runs the YouTube channel Rekieta Law, launched around 2019 with over 300,000 subscribers as of late 2025. His videos typically feature real-time legal breakdowns, panel discussions with other lawyers, and humorous, often self-deprecating rants on cases, earning him a niche following in LawTube. Content invisibility, obesity, observability. This is the important one. At approximately 6 feet tall, fuck you, Grok, and estimated at 400 plus pounds, BMI 54. Oh, I said 53 earlier. 54, super morbidly obese category. Rekieta's size is prominently visible in nearly every video. He often films from a home setup with minimal editing. No editing, come on. Wearing casual attire that accentuates his build. My fat build? Online forums, e.g. Reddit's r/lawtube and r/destiny, frequently mock or reference his weight in discussions of his content, with comments like, constantly makes fat jokes about the obese prosecutor, highlighting ironic self-awareness. Wait, what? Health issues tied to his weight, e.g. mobility limitations, have been alluded to in streams, though he addresses them lightly. Fuck me. Oh, all right. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's 4:30 in the morning. It's 4:30 in the morning. Whew, it's really late. We're going to go in honor of Swecco. We're going to go till 4:52 a.m. All right. Let's get back to Fuentes. I think we're going to do the Trump fighting to fire everybody case separately. Just briefly on Trump going to the Supreme Court for permission to fire everybody. It's fucking unreal that the chief executive of the country has to go to the court for permission to fire people who work in the executive branch. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. And there's a bunch of people who are like, it would be bad if Trump could do this, including Ketanji Brown Jackson. But it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong morally. It matters what's legal. And if you don't like the legality of it, you need to change it. But Congress delegated its power of regulation to the president through the administrative state. But then Congress wants to prevent Trump from being able to, or well, any president from being able to fire the people who are in charge of that. But it's crazy to have an executive branch department in which the executive is not able to exert control over it. How do you have a Department of Education that implements the executive's policy, which is what's kind of in the, the Education Act? How do you have that if you can't fire the Department of Education's executive or, administrators? Now, I don't know what we'll get out of the Slaughter case. I think they're going to side with Trump largely. And they'll say subject to other government restrictions, right? You can't fire them for speech in the course of their official conduct, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those things. All of our constitutional protections that already exist in federal employment will be baked in. However, the president should have the ability to replace the staff of executive agencies with the people that he chooses. And I think one of the cases that they turn to will be Sierra Club versus Bush. Sierra Club v. Bush, which is Bush Sr., and effectively in Sierra Club v. Bush, or Sierra Club v. EPA and Bush, or whatever, doesn't matter. It was Bush's EPA. They sued because the Clean Air Act, they determined that, or, the Sierra Club determined that George Bush wasn't accurate or adequately making efforts to have clean air and clean water under the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, or if it's Clean Air and Water Act, whichever, the one that establishes the EPA. And the court effectively said that the president has an impetus to do this, to, affect and execute Congress's will in the bill through the department. But the president has the discretion on how to achieve those things. And I think we're going to see some conversation of that come up in the Slaughter case where, as justification for why the president should be able to fire and replace people in the executive branch. Because it is, yes, Congress sets up a department to achieve a goal, in this case, clean air or clean water. But how the executive executes that goal has always been in the executive purview. And this goes with Department of Justice as well, right? It's why Obama wasn't forced to do immigration policy. You can't force the executive to enforce law in a particular way. Otherwise, there's no discretion. There's no policy decision that takes place. And so I think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see an expansion of those understood inherent policy powers of the president going into these things. But that's my guess. And we'll see. We'll talk about it though. I think this is a really interesting one. This one is going to change the game on presidential power, and it's going to give more meaning. A lot of people look at this as an expansion of presidential authority or whatever, like these cases. They're not, as I've ranted about before, I won't get into again. But what we really should be considering is that anytime the president wins, it makes your vote for president matter a whole lot more than it otherwise we thought it did. Really, the election of a president is not overly impactful on a lot of people, right? Like if you're in the middle class, you know, if you're in the middle class and you're not part of like various specific socioeconomic groups at various times, like you're just going to kind of like keep trucking along, and whoever's president will be mostly inconsequential. Congress is much more impactful, and your local government is much, much more impactful. Now there are standout presidents that do stuff, but overall policy, like, is the president can't implement law. He can't create law, and he can't change the rules. He can do some things, but not most things. The ability to directly affect the administrative state every time there's an election is something that is beneficial to us because, well, in the voter in general, not necessarily us specifically, because we'll probably get fucked over by a bunch of liberal shit. But the voter in general, your vote is going to matter more if the president has an effect on the administrative state, which has largely been insulated from politics, and why it always seems like out with the old boss, in with the same old boss. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Here we go.
You are, because well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart, actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows.
I think he said deliberately. And if he said that on purpose, that was genius. But he might have just said deliberately. But deliberately would be really great. 200 Watt Studio 8 says, it'll be like the Culligan guy replacing the salt in the system every month. You're good to go. Oh, wait, cleaning out your sex bot? Gross. Nakadashi Tomodachi says, ask it if grokking at 4:30 a.m. about who the fattest lawyer is means you've lost control of your life. No, that's a dumb question. This is one of the things that's funny to me. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing at like 4 a.m? It's like, well, this is when I, choose to work. It's when I work best. It's late at night. For all sorts of reasons, partly because of narcolepsy, partly because of habit, partly because I'm less likely to be interrupted by family obligations that I take care of during the day. It's like, should you really be welding at 3 a.m? Well, I don't know. If you're third shift, yeah, probably. Like, you should. Do you understand like how shifts work or anything like that, or schedules at all? I don't think you do.
That's the difference. What proportion?
And what are you doing watching at this time of night? How dare you? You should all be in bed, you losers. You're all bad people. How are you awake this late?
Portion of white men are school shooters. It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it can.
When do I sleep? I'll go to sleep right after this. I'll sleep. It depends on some mornings. Some mornings I do the driving. Other mornings Lady Raggets will do the driving. It kind of depends. She does it most of the time now. It used to be different. Now, she does it more often in the mornings these days. But if she's, if she wakes up, she's not feeling well, or if she's got an appointment or something, and I need to do the driving, I'll just do it. If that's the case, I drive the kids to their stuff, and then I drive home, and then I take a nap for a couple more hours after I've slept. I can fall asleep within 5 minutes. So I can fall asleep within 5 minutes after the show, typically. And then if I have to get up and drive 15 minutes and then drive 15 minutes back, I'll lay back down, be asleep again within 5 minutes can sleep for a couple more hours until other stuff starts kicking in. You know, it all just depends on what needs to be done. Judge Maddie, you're not on X. Where can you get the promo code for local? Just email me, ricadalaw@ricada.org.
Concerned schools. Why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you know, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school.
Bloods and Crips and gangbangers. Who's the boomer now? Look at that pause face. Very cavemanish. Very uncharitable. Rude YouTube.
And all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, you know, it's just not livable.
I have an answer
workable.
for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same.
You know what's amazing about this? Because that, by the way, that was the obvious answer when Piers is like, 65% of mass shootings are carried out by white people. It's like, okay, well, 65% of the population is white, so that makes sense, right? Piers is like, I've got an announcement for you. The proportion of mass shootings and who it's carried out is actually the same. So what we get is mass shootings are one of the very few criminal phenomena that has an expected distribution, which tells you something really, really important. All right. And I've long said this: mass shootings cannot be assessed under traditional criminal principles because they are not, I mean, they're crimes. A mass shooting actually isn't really like in and of itself a crime. Each individual murder is a crime, but the mass shooting itself isn't particularly like a thing. It's like you murder 12 people, that's 12 murders, right? Now I guess you get some like terrorism and stuff like that in there. Sure, you get these little ancillary charges, but the main thing is you got 12 murders. All right. If the distribution is expected, when all other criminal distributions are completely different, it tells you that you can't assess it under criminal principles. And you also know that it is truly well and good, random and unpredictable. And that the factors that go into criminal behavior, such as cultural issues, such as economic issues, such as whatever, like the distributions, what the population distribution is, it's expected, which means that we're talking about something more like mental illness, which has, I believe, a rather expected distribution. For the types of mental illnesses associated with mass shooting sprees, have a more common distribution and more expected. So we're looking at those sort of issues rather than the social issues, the product of your nature, of your environment. No. Mass shootings are not actually a product of your environment, because if they were a product of your environment, we would expect a disparate distribution. We would expect a distribution that goes away from racial distributions, because racial environments are not equal. This is something that Piers should know. Like his worldview would encompass blacks being disproportionately lower on the socioeconomic ladder. And some would attribute that, and I think Piers would too, to injustice, for example. So injustice would cause higher poverty, which would in turn correlate with higher crime rates. All right, well, if you say injustice causes it, but whatever reason you have higher poverty, then you have higher crime rates. That makes sense. Mass shootings don't follow that model. Piers doesn't realize how fucking hollowed out he just got by the stats.
For black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are you
population.
hearing it? No.
So you see,
What's
I think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time, because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney.
So do you, Piers. Oh, we got fact checkers. Shut up. Nobody gives a shit. What are they going to Snopes?
And when you say, okay, well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality,
figure?
you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No, tell me the number, and
yet you're only.
So they're talking past each other. The answer to Nick's question is whatever it is for white people, it is the same for black people, according to what Piers just said. He said the distribution of perpetrators of mass shootings is the population distribution. So if it's 65 white, then it's 65 white. If it's 14 black, then it's 14 black. Like those numbers meet out within some margin of error, maybe 1 to 2 percentage points. But you're going to have like that distribution. It's the expected distribution. And Piers can't communicate that. And Nick is trying to ask that question. Nick doesn't have access to the information. Piers has the weirdo in his ear telling him what the answer is, which this alone, the fact that Piers has a fact checker relaying information to him during this discussion makes this discussion dishonest. Unless Nick is engaging in the same thing. I don't think he is. It doesn't seem to be.
The only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want.
Again, 155 mass shootings mass school shootings from 1982 to 2025 is different than 10,000 murders a year.
Interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white.
Not many parts of crime. You've pointed to one exceedingly rare and exceedingly difficult to find a cause. Again, you can find a cause. Like, you may not think that this is justification, and it's not. But higher poverty rates lead to higher robbery rates. Higher poverty rates lead to higher shoplifting rates. You can understand why. If a larger group of people can't afford the things that they want, they will take them in higher numbers. Rich people, it actually has a second peak at wealth, because there are other, at least with theft and shoplifting in particular, there are other factors going into it. People who are wealthy have a second peak of shoplifting because they believe they're insulated from the system. They also get bored with buying stuff. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff. This all happened around like when Winona Ryder was shoplifting everything, even though she's a multimillionaire. You also find that when you go to when you like look at retail data or whatever, there are shoplifting demographics that are worry points or whatever, and one of them is middle-aged white men have a disproportionately high shoplifting rate to other demographics. Not white people, but middle-aged white men specifically. I don't know what, they've done their stuff. Who knows?
White people that perpetrate them, you don't care.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have any interest in that.
He said he's got fact checkers. We know he's reading off the tablet.
It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because you don't.
No one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody.
JKD Buck 7670. Do you not remember? You may not know. Back in the late 90s, Winona Ryder went on a shoplifting spree. And again, this is at the high point, like a high point in her career. She's making tons of money. She's done Edward Scissorhands. She's done Bram Stoker's Dracula. Oh my God, Winona Ryder and Bram Stoker's Dracula. Oh my goodness. She's high on the list of desirable casts for high budget films, and she decided to start stealing shit. But then, of course, there's discussion about like kleptomania, and then there's a discussion about like how upper middle class and even upper class and people have a disproportionately high shoplifting rate. And there's all sorts of like thought into why that was.
Everybody understands per capita, and people could even see.
Now, I'm not saying it's disproportionately higher than all the others, It's just higher than expected for the type of population and the number of the population. Remember, it's a second peak. It's a second peak.
What you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference. And it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability is not, it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is, the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
And yes, black on white
there
crime.
is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear...
Yeah, but you didn't listen to him. You're going off the general discussion based on his rant, which was hyperbolic. What he just said was in a metro area, in an urban area. He literally just laid it out. If you see black people in an urban area, you're disproportionately more likely to be engaged in as a victim or adjacent to a violent criminal act. Like, he didn't say all black people. He limited it specifically in his original rant. In a different environment for a different reason with different context. Yeah, he broadly stated it as all black people, but part of that is a joke or meme conversation. 1350 is a meme. Even though it's real, it's also a meme, and it's funny. It's funny. You can you can come up with all sorts of 1350 stuff. Mike Hunt, member for 1 month, says white flower. White flower. I don't get it.
You then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people. They already have heard you say, I'm a racist, so they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Memes are just like really shortened packets of information that are easily digestible and translatable and understandable across broad groups. Like, that's why memes work. I mean, we think of memes as like funny pictures or like bottom text or whatever, but mimetic communication is a thing that's been around for a long time and understood for a long time. The current iteration of memes on Twitter is part of that, but the news does this, right? Like, the news turns everything into 3-minute digestible segments that everyone can understand type shit, even though some of these issues are really, really complicated and big. Mimetic communication is just efficiency in communication, utilizing the cost of mass communication in the most effective way, purportedly. Sanglant says, Clarkson, finish the job you started, damn it. Wait, what?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue, when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even
Nick,
black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people...
But he didn't just say I'm a racist. He qualified it with having preference for being around your own in-group. He literally limited. He said, insofar as racism means wanting to stay away from black people. That's what he said. Like, that was the whole point. He's like, well, you're perfectly able to have that view. He knows that's the view he had. He said it in a funny way, and you're freaking out about it because you don't understand. And this is ultimately the problem with Piers Morgan, with boomers, with whatever. If they're not in tune, I'm going to tell you right now, based on my anecdotal experience, the next generation, I'm talking about adolescents and teenagers right now, they don't give a shit about like this stuff. They don't. They are responding to their own parents' backlash against some of this, or they're responding rebelliously to their parents' overemphasis on this. But they're certainly responding to societies and the authority figures in their lives' overemphasis on this. Adolescents and teenagers now call each other gay. They use race jokes again. It's much more akin to the 90s than a lot of people will want to admit. But they don't actually hate these groups. They just are rejecting the idea that a word or a phrase or a sentence makes the thing. Right? They can tell a race joke and know they're not racist because they know they're not racist. And when someone else calls them racist, they'll be like, yeah, bro, Asian rice ball, or what? Like they'll just, or like when they see an Arabic guy, they'll be like, like they'll just do that. They won't hold any actual ill will because the joke has superseded the reality, and they know what they feel inside, and they're largely inoculated from the accusations. And that's because of what our generations have been going through for the past couple decades, where sexist, racist, homophobic, bigot, all these things mattered for some people, mostly boomers who were employing our generation, right? Boomers who didn't get it were employing our generation. Have you guys seen the Southern Poverty Law Center in the news lately? Have you seen them? Do you remember when you couldn't go a week without seeing who the Southern Poverty Law Center labeled as a domestic racist terrorist? Right? It's always like some guy in the middle of Ohio no one's ever heard of, named Sean Martin. No, just kidding. That's a joke. But like it's some person that no one's ever heard of. And you're like, who cares if this guy's racist or not? But the SPLC used to be like a thing just a couple years ago. I don't fucking hear about SPLC ever anymore. I don't hear about that shit at all. The boomers who listen to those fucking retards tell them who they should hire and not, they're going away. They're going away. And the people who were fired for saying a racist thing when they were in high school and then they were fired like 15 years later, those people are now becoming like the upper management and the executive levels. We're moving on from this shit. And the next generation doesn't give a fuck about it. They don't give a fuck. Do you know the next generation is not planning on working for Target corporate or Walmart corporate? They're planning on being content creators. They're talking about a post-consumer economy. They're talking about a creator economy because they all want to be creators. They all have been growing up, and their entertainment isn't Hollywood. Their entertainment isn't television. Their entertainment is YouTube. Their entertainment is, like Roblox. Their entertainment is Twitter, Twitch. They want to be Kai Cenat. That's who they want to be. They don't want to be like, they don't want to go work at a fucking auto plant for 30 years. The upcoming, they're going to be insulated from the guy who can fire them. And look, you got platforms like X and YouTube, the big ones that were the big banners. They're getting less restrictive. They're allowing you to say shit now that you couldn't say 2 years ago. What's it going to be like in 5, 10, 15 years? You think they're going to go back? I mean, they might. They might go back to banning people for saying, you know, like, you know, a Udon or whatever. Like, they might do that. But right now, they've got AI moderation, and it's banning people for all sorts of retarded shit that doesn't matter. But it's not banning people over words. It's banning people over misunderstandings, misidentifications, and then it's being verified by some guy who doesn't speak English. That's a problem. They need to smooth that out. But it's not words anymore. It's not like, oh, you're a racist, we got to ban you. Cancellations are going down. Me Too's are going down. All this shit is like fading into the background because these movements have lost power because everybody's tired of that shit. Because at the end of the day, everybody knows, hey, I got to go to work. I got to feed my family. I got to build my own personal empire, whatever you're going to do. We all have to do that. And if we're always firing everybody and constantly going after and deplatforming people, we're not going to get anything done. And nobody's like, everybody's going to be worried if they can. No one wants to live like that. No one wants to live under a state of terror about your ability to provide for yourself and your loved ones. Everybody wants to just do their shit. The next generation is not planning on living like the prior generation. I mean, before us. We're the transitory generation. People, if they don't, Piers doesn't know this. Piers doesn't get it. Nick Fuentes gets it. That's why he's popular. That's why he's able to move right into this. Because he gets it. People who follow him get it. And they're just shaking their heads and laughing at the fucking people who don't. If you don't get it, I urge you to hop on board. It's going to be really wild. It's going to be interesting. Mike Hunt, so he nails it. 40 years of tolerating other races and still being called racist. It gets to you after a while. Yeah. Yep. No one gives a shit anymore. You're racist. Yeah, so. You're sexist. Extra. Extra. The reaction movements happened. The reaction to the reaction movements happened. Now real people go, oh, wait, no, they're all fucking dumb. I know what life actually is. Men still want to fuck women. Men still want to have jobs and have families. Women still want to fuck men. Women still want to, I guess, have jobs. They want to have families. Whatever their goals are. They just want to do that. Like, ultimately, that's what people want. And the reactionary movements tried to make hyperbolically like there was disparity in rights and potential. There isn't. And we can get down to the minutia, like, oh, men versus women, these different like sexual realities or race realities. Like, you can get into all that stuff, but at the end of the day, Western countries are offering more economic mobility than really any time in history. Now, we have some non-Westernized countries, right, that have problems with this. Venezuela being a big example. We have African countries that still have problems with this. Those countries are going to take a while to catch up. But we went through our growing pains on this stuff. And we realized, you know what, like sitting here and being in a constant war to report your neighbor to the authorities so that they can be removed from earning income didn't do me any good. Like, I didn't get their money. Nobody got their money. Like, someone lost something. You didn't gain anything. We're always going to have little shit, of course. But the reality of what's going on in the world is settling back into place. And everybody went, well, that was fun. Now we need to get back to work. like I said, the next generation, the Fuentes generation, and particularly younger, the one after his or whatever, they don't care about any of this shit. It's going to take a while for the pendulum to swing back. We're going to have a lot of time where the Piers Morgans of the world get fucked, bro. Nobody gives a shit what Piers Morgan has to say. Well, I'm followed by 2 million people. You're propped up by a major news network. But nobody Fuentes' age gives a shit what you have to say or your network has to say. So Piers is like, I'm hearing I won the debate, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So far, you guys haven't debated much of anything. Anyway, all right, guys. And if you're worried about a Fuentes, don't worry about it. Stop worrying about this shit. Go to work. Make your income, do what you need to do, take care of your family, take care of yourself, your loved ones. Pioneers of things. And Fuentes is a pioneer of this. Like, he is the next generation. He's the face of where political discourse will go. They don't always end up at the top, like just because they were first or just because they were early. They have the chances to, like, they have better opportunities to, but, you know, pioneers happen, and then someone else comes along and does things better or resonates different. Times change a little bit, and someone gets locked in an old way. Whatever it is, don't worry about this stuff. Just live. Do your own thing. You don't have to worry about this shit. These people have less impact on your life than you can imagine. So, all right, guys, I got to get going. Kitty Brown Eye says, not really true. Millennials have had the worst income to cost of living ratio in American history. All right. Just real briefly. Cost of living, socioeconomic status are relative scales. What you have at your fingertips in a phone today is unfathomable wealth in 1980. Unfathomable wealth in 1980. If you had a smartphone with AI that was somehow connected to the network, and you're the only person who had a smartphone in 1980, but it worked like it does today, you're God. You own everything. You have the power to outperform everybody else on every task because you could automate all of it through your phone. Trying a time when scientific calculators cost hundreds of dollars. Like, it's unfathomable what we have access to. We have the highest cost of living, lowest income relative to the cost of living. Okay, what does our cost of living get us? The poorest in America, the poorest like percentages, the bottom 10% have one car, one TV, one shelter. They have a car with air conditioning and satellite radio. Like, it's fucking crazy what is there now. It's like comparing, you may like classic cars, right? But a 2012 Toyota Corolla or Toyota Camry versus a 1970 anything, you're stepping into a different world. Outside of individual preference in the 1970 anything, the amount of luxury, technology, reliability baked into that 2012 basic bitch car is far beyond the greatest luxury cars of that time. It's crazy. Like, what we have now is insane. Now take it back further into history than just, 40 years, and it gets even more ridiculous. So, all right, guys. Time to go. I can't eat my phone, Polak. No, but your phone can bring food to you. With your phone, like you could use your phone to do parlor tricks and take money live from people if you could take it back in time. Anyway, all right, guys, I need to go to bed. We'll be seeing you very soon. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you had a wonderful time. I hope there was some insight here. Probably not. Doesn't. You know that who the fattest lawyer now is. Apparently it's Barnes. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Oh, wait. I got to change the... Fuck. I got to change the outro. I'm not going to do the full outro because I'm really tired. I want to go to sleep, and that takes too long to do. So we'll do the generic outro, even though it has some problems with it. Here we go. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag about more of that pride. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law